Tää tunne levoton, mikä nyt vetää niin kauas galaksiin. Maailmalta taakse nyt jälleen lennetään avaruustanssiin. Maailmalta taakse nyt jälleen lennetään avaruustanssiin. Tunnetko sen? Polttee kosmoksen. Meitä odotetaan uuteen maailmaan. Tanssitaan, rakastutaan, lennetään. Tanssitaan, rakastutaan, lennetään. Maailmalta taakse nyt jälleen lennetään avaruustanssiin. Maailmalta taakse nyt jälleen lennetään avaruustanssiin.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Maailmalta taakse nyt jälleen lennetään avaruustanssiin. Maailmalta taakse nyt jälleen lennetään avaruustanssiin. Tanssitaan, rakastetaan, jälleen lennetään avaruustanssiin.
Go and throttle up.
Hello? More trains? More trains? Trains? I can... Stop that. Stop that. Okay, load that up. All right. How are you guys doing? Hello, is this thing on? I'm not going to tap the mic because that'll hurt people's ears. Then we'll just go with that. Mic check, 1, 2. What's going on, guys? How are you? It's time for trains. Here, look at this picture first. You might... Oh! Come on. There is a signal. You are a light. There we go. Good here. How are you? I'm good. Just thought you'd want to see that picture. Anyway, it's me, Shoot. We were talking about it yesterday. All right. Let's see. Let's load up railroads. I'm good, Metroid. How are you? I'm closer to breaking Icarus. I built a whole town in my outpost. Store is a prison with 112 beds. My FPS won't go over 15 now. Nice, Iceman. There you go. I thought you had accidentally switched to this scene, but then I thought he doesn't wave hi to chat. No, Sneaky. No, I had that on purpose. Railroads. Alright, let's go. Good morning, man. Sneaky, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I dance to music before the stream starts. Not like I can't. It's DMCA music, but I'll sit there. I won't dance to it. I'll vibe to it. I'll just like here. I'll show you. We can play a clip, just a little bit. Yeah, I'll show you what I was listening to. This is one of the songs that I listened to this morning. All right, we gotta stop, or else I'll listen to the whole song. I was vibing. Yep. You like rockets with your trains? I mean, always. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I appreciate that. And then what did I listen to before that? I make it a thing to listen to music because ever since the DMCA thing, like, well, even before that, we weren't listening to. We had to be like super careful. So I found that I wasn't listening to music as much. So like throughout like 2019 into 2020. I just wasn't listening to tunage that much. And you know what? It affects you, dude. Like, it affects your mood. Seriously, you put on a good song, that puts you in a good mood. So this is what I listened to before traveling Riverside. Wait for it. If you know, you know. So, yeah. That's dude. Yeah, oh yeah, listen to music, dude. That helps get you ready. Get you ready for the stream. Get you ready for work. Radar. It's a great song. 1% grade to the iron mine because I hate myself. There you go. Alright, host the server. Serious banana bot. There we go. Let's do this. SpaceX stream starts in 19 hours, and I'll be here. I haven't listened to Robert Parker on stream in a little while, drummer, but alright. I got a W, thank you. There are no C-130Js. Older models were A, B, E, H, and J. And now J. G? G and J? Please. Yeah, Kane, I saw a clip from it. It looks good, dude. Sorry, G. No G models. There you go. Yeah. Dead Crew, Yeah. The J has the extended fuselage. We've been calling to reach you about your C-130's extended fuselage. Okie dokie. Oh, even better. Good to know, Dead Crew. Alright, so, here we go. We have a big choo-choo train. We figured out we had some breakthroughs with grading things yesterday. And, yeah. It made me really, really, really want to play this more. So, if you haven't seen this, hear me out. You've heard of the Tehachapi loop, right? Let me introduce you to the Edgehachapi loop. EJ happy to P loop. Look at that. You ever stared at it? Marveled at its beauty? Its genius? So we reached the end of the valley, and now I have the trains switching back. But we figured out something. That if you have a big turn like this that's going up or down a grade, right? The inner track, if you want it at a 1% grade, it's going to come out at a different height. Because it's a shorter distance. Because the radius is less than the outer one. So the outer one, right there, is at a 1% grade at a certain radius. And when we went to make the inner one, it needed to be at a 2% grade to come out level. Don't want that. That would suck. Yeah. So, now we have tracks at different heights here. But the idea is that when we go down to the other end of the valley and switch back again, the tracks will end up being level. If I have the same type of radius corner. Yeah, it's kind of a breakthrough. Bank it and see how fast you can go. Let's launch things over it. Hey, MC, what's going on? Do a flip. Alright, anyway, so... yeah, we're going to continue with our 1% grade today. We made the grade. Chat. Yeah. We still got to go down. And then we figured out a couple more things. We did some more math. I also used a Michelin model XGV 75R14 with flame analyzation and gas detectors. And we figured out that this is not feet. That's not feet. This topographical map is in fact not in feet. We know this because a viewer pointed out that we know that the map is 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers. And it's minus 200,000 there, and it's positive 2,000 over here. Which means that this is in centimeters. So, good news is that we don't have a 6,000 foot deficit to go through. It's 6,000 centimeters, which means we don't need 113 miles of track, but 4. Topographical maps in centimeters. Are topographical maps in Europe in centimeters? Are they are they like that? Like I don't. I mean, we wouldn't have a topographical map in inches. It would be in feet or meters. Canadian, are your maps in have you ever looked at a topographical map? Is it in meters or is it in centimeters? They're in meters. Okay, Keeson, thank God. Like, okay, I have nothing against metric, I have nothing against centimeters, but honestly, if you're doing topographical maps in centimeters, I'd be that would be. Yeah, I was about to judge. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would have been like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" But no, it's fine. It's probably interchangeable since it's just adding a 0 at the end for metric. No, Sneaky. No. You don't understand. No, you don't understand. Just divide by 100 and you have meters. Oh, yeah, just divide by 100 and you have meters. Just divide by 100. Just divide by 100. Hey, guys. Hey, let's look. Oh, is that Bill Shakespeare over there? Oh, look, we're dealing with 3-foot rail. And chord is degrees per 100 feet. Lovely. Yeah, just divide by 100. It makes perfect sense. Maybe knock over Boris. No, So, look, I'm not making this a thing about measuring systems. I don't care what measuring system I use. I can use metric, I can use imperial. I don't care. I really don't. But the track placing mechanism is in imperial, and the topographical map is in metric. Made for some really confusing math. So, yeah. Fun times. But it's good news, meaning we don't need to make tracks as long. So, with that being said, I'm going to shut up and we're going to keep going. Also, I don't think the map is official from the devs. I probably shouldn't have assumed. Did you just assume my measuring system? Cringe. I mean, let's be real. If this game is supposed to take place in the American West in the 19th century, we'd be using Imperial. Is this enough space between the wall and the track to fit a train? Yeah. Hey, Grev. Shravgar. Sure. I mean, yeah, it should be. Shrivgrek. What's up, buddy? Is it dev team in the UK because we mix and match all the time? Yeah, we do too. We do too. It's not a big deal. Like, I can do unit conversions. I just got to know what units to convert. Anyway. Okay, how are we going to do this? Doing the old X pattern might be a good idea here. Yeah, I think that should fit. It'll be tight, but it should fit. Ready for AX1 tomorrow? Psh. Psh. Yeah, man. Absolutely. Yeah, that's how you measured. Yeah, exactly, Jack. Yeah, that's historical. So, like, half the game is in metric and half of it's imperial. And once again, I don't mind that half of the game is metric and half of the game is imperial, but when like there's a map that doesn't have units indicated, it gets a little bit difficult. Because I thought this was feet, dude. I thought this was feet. If this was feet, we would need 113 miles of track. But because it's in centimeters, we need 4. Yeah. Going down 6,000 feet is at a 1% grade is 113 miles of track. Going down 6,000 centimeters at a 1% grade is 4 miles of track. Yeah. Well, just think of how much easier it is now that you realize it's not in feet. Yeah? Yeah. So you could get away with 0.5 instead? I mean, 0.5 would be double the distance, drummer. It'd be an 8 mile. Lose yourself. It'd be 8 miles of track, but yeah, 1% grade should be fine, dude. Yeah, we're gonna have plenty. Down and one more down and back should be just fine. I'm just trying to think how I should deal with the non-level track. There's a point where the grade makes the track longer than it has to be. I think 1% is just fine. Hey, Skydrift, I'm good. As expected, EJ Engineering, not disappointed. Bro, it's me. Dude, I went out and hung around with people for the first time in a really long time last night. And the topic of what I do came up. So, that's good. Yeah. I went and hung around with a couple of viewers last night. And, yeah. There were other people there. And they're like, oh, what do you do? And I'm like, But, they knew what Twitch was, so it was cool. Yeah. Yeah, social skills. Dutch guy, it's weird. I had to get back into doing that. It was very strange. I'm serious. I'm like, wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh, yeah, okay, that's how I did this. It's like when you get back into a game that you haven't played in a little while, and you're like, okay, what was I doing? And it takes a second to, like, learn how to be normie again. It was weird. Nothing a few beers doesn't fix. We were at a Korean bar, so it was, what's Korean? Yeah, screw it needed to be, defragged. Soju, yeah, that's what it was, yeah, soju, yeah, good times. Yeah, Hellfish, that's what I was saying. There would be a track in the valley, and then there would be like a conveyor belt going up, or like a cog railroad or something. But hey, it's all good.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
You play video games and I throw money at you. I mean, yeah. You keep saying 6,000 centimeters. That equals 60 meters or 196 feet. Yeah, Sir Low. Yeah, it's not that bad. You have an idea for a game that we could make? Okay. How am I going to do the differential track? I think I'm going to make guide rails. I think that's the right way to do this. So this is the guide track. This is what I use to kind of make sure we're laying the track in the right direction. At the end of the night, did you ask for a like and subscribe? No. I don't like talking about work outside of work, believe it or not. Unless it's at like a convention or something. In which case, you're at a convention for work, so it's not a big deal talking about work at a work convention. God damn, I love this music. This music is so good. All right. Yeah, the music's fantastic. Okay. So, I don't know how the hell we're going to do this. I don't think I can make guide track for the other rail, but no, we can't. So how are we going to do that? Saw it in passing on Twitters, but apparently the Wolverine slogan is showing up all over. No way. Oh my god. That's... I don't... Alright. Okay. I mean... yeah, that makes sense, dude. We gotta find a good workflow for making parallel tracks at different heights. Wolverines! It's amazing. Yeah, dude, that movie, I'm telling you, Ammunition had it right. That movie's a damn documentary. Free screenings of the documentary Red Dawn. Ammunition. Protecting your rights. Alright. So, I think this will be good for making track at different heights. What locomotive do you plan to run on this route? Admiral, these are, believe it or not, people are going to judge me for this one. These tracks are designed for Eurekas. Speed, baby. We're going the distance. We're going for speed. We only need one engine, so you could say that we're going to be alone in a time of need. I want a locomotive with a short stack and a long drive wheel. Why, is there gold in them Nar Hills? How'd you know? Well, iron, but that's gold. It's good enough. Flipboard rule. we go. I saw that band. They were really good live. Word. If the current rails survive the spline update, that will pay off as speed limits will be removed. I'm telling you. It's gonna work. Alright, so we'll make first draft groundwork here. That's probably... no, we shouldn't do that. Well, yeah, no. First draft groundwork should be fine. That should work. We'll use the way that I used to make the paperclip. I think that's a good workflow for differential heights here. So, let's go right here. And then we're going to need constant grade 1. So, let me get rid of the rail right there. Constant grade. Set it to 1. Lock in a set of emergency coordinates to my neural net. And sort yourself for hard transfer. What? And then we should be able to go in here like this. Right? Should be able to get in here like this. Yeah, we're gonna need to do a corner here. That's okay. Well, see, the thing about this is that if we do this, the tracks aren't gonna come in correct. All the Heisler people will be sad there. Look, I'm telling you, the Eureka is gonna be really good. Oh, hit the wrong button. Actually, hold on. There we go. Now, if we go maximum segment, or I could just fall. No grade here? Of course there's a grade. What are you talking about? I have to walk all the way back here. The track is conforming to the grade that I just did with the groundwork, Robert. Yeah, it's going down at a 1% grade, dude. There we go. Alright, so that's the first draft groundwork, which is fine. Now, we can get rid of it. See how close I was. Yeah, we're pretty good. Pretty close. Okay. So now, let's take the rails, get rid of that. We have the finalized tracks here, so... Alley-oop! Okay. You've been watching the Demo 2 documentary that dropped today. Hope you haven't missed much. No, not really. Alright, so now if I take groundwork, we set it to constant stone wall, right? And then we go down. Finalized groundwork, so it's the tracks are sunken into the railroad bed a little bit. Nope. Gonna have to use some variable groundwork here. It's alright. The slight turn is throwing it off a little bit, which is fine. That's okay. It's not a problem. Because, yeah, anytime you turn, it's going to make the grade steeper or not in certain directions. It's just a minute difference, but using a slight variable grade on your groundwork will fix that. Okay, there we go. There's the lower track. Done. All right. Hold on a second. Bear with me here. Yeah, it's that segment of track right there. This segment of track is a little bit weird. I can smooth it out by just getting rid of a cell of groundwork right there. Hey, Jay, I was just watching Older You. Oh, thanks, man. Did older me have more wisdom? Alright, so this is a trick. If you have the rails, if you set down a groundwork, basically the distance of the ties, like or the height of the railroad ties, you can level the track. Watch, ready? Oh, that was a little bit too low. Okay. See? This will do it. It still dips just a little bit. I got one more idea. Hey, Flagon. Yeah, okay. That's the problem. Alright. I'm just getting out a little, trying to get rid of a little bit of a kink in the line. Oh yeah, baby. There we go. Oh yeah, dude. I'm gonna stuff my face with Pepperidge Farm. What? Yeah, you don't want the rails to be janked like that. You don't want it to go through a dip. That can screw your efficiency real bad. Great, thanks. Now I want cookies. Is that the interesting house face? No. Yeah. No. No. Is that fish Jenga? No. Nah. Every once in a while, you just get some interesting news. That's all. Nothing more. May you live in interesting times. That's a curse, I know. Maybe we... Oh, I could make it... Oh, I want to make a joke, but I'm not going to. It's messed up. I'm not going to. Save it for after hours? Yeah, good call. Okay, so now for this guide track here, we gotta do some... We have to do some prototyping groundwork. Oh, dude, look at that. I was about to say look at how straight that curve is, but it goes 5 degrees to the right. But look at that. It's a perfect 5 degrees to the right, man. I'm getting pretty damn good at this, dude. You know what sucks? We're going to finish this, and this is going to be perfect. And then I'm going to go back, and I'm going to look at... Not the paperclip, but I'm going to look at my original lines that I made. And I'm going to be like, these are terrible. These are garbage. Why would I do this? Why the hell did I do this? How close are we? Oh. It actually is not bad. We're a little bit off center. So I'm going to use my finalized rails that I made over here. To make the guides for the track, for the prototype groundwork. So we don't need these guide tracks anymore. I made one guide rail here because it's kind of backwards. You need to make a guide rail because we're doing this at different heights. So you need to make one guide rail, and then you need to make another guide rail you need to make one guide rail for the right track, and then you need another set of guide rails for the left track after you place it. It's a little bit weird. A little bit, I'm not going to say counterintuitive, but we can do it, and it will look good. PSA, FYSA, FYE, RE, migraines suck. This has been my TED Talk. Yeah, tell me about it, man. Dude, Hokey, I can stream with a stomach ache. Oh, thanks for giving a sub to Robert, man. I can stream with a stomach ache. I can stream when I'm sick. I can even stream when I'm losing my voice. Headaches are the one thing I can't do. I cannot stream with a headache. A headache will take me out. It is so ridiculously hard to focus when you have a migraine. Like, keeping up with chat is nigh impossible with a migraine. It's impossible. Can't do it. Thanks for being around as long as I have. I understand what you're trying to say. No problem, man. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I can't stream with a migraine. I could stream, dude, I've streamed with strep throat before. I had something, it wasn't COVID, which was pretty sweet. I had something like last year, and it wasn't COVID. I think it wasn't strep, but it was like the flu or something. You know, I got tested and stuff. I was fine, but man, dude, whatever I had, holy crap. It took me out, and my voice was like this for the entire day. And I used it as an opportunity to do, like, ghoul impressions on stream. I'm like, what are you doing, smooth skin? But, man, dude, yeah, it was bad. It was not good. I don't know what it was, but point is that I could stream with it. It wasn't a problem. It just sounded different, right? Headaches, though? Nah, you can't do that. Okay, 1% grade. You drink 1% because you think you're fat because you're not. Phil, 39-month resub. We're glad you recovered somewhat quickly from it. I tell you, I get migraines, Hokey, from not sleeping. That's what gets me, dude. If I don't sleep, if I get like a couple of nights straight, 3 to 4 hours of sleep, yeah, nasty migraines. Can't focus on anything. They're so bad. And the only thing that fixes it is a cat nap. You go to bed for like 15 minutes. You sleep for like 15 minutes and then it goes away. Oh yeah, no, I have a horrible caffeine addiction, Scrivy. I have to go to sleep. Or I have to go to sleep, and when I wake up, I have to drink coffee. I have to, or I will get a migraine. Bad. I have a nasty caffeine addiction. Yeah, it's not good. Are you saying you literally turn your conscious off and on again and that fixes it? Welcome. You've got mail. Yeah, actually, yeah, that, I mean, if you want to put it that way, sure. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah, have you tried turning it on? Yeah, I guess that does work. All right. Sometimes jiggling the handle works too. Wait. No. No, that's a toilet. Never mind. You have a 15-minute boot up time? Must be on 1 megabyte hard disk. Bro, the hardware is from 1988. What do you want from me? Flykin, if you look at a boot up time for a hard drive from 1988, you know, 15 minutes ain't bad. Okay? Yeah, DJ, shut up. Shut up, man. Shut up. We're not perfectly parallel here. I suppose it's alright. Sure, you would have upgraded the memory since then. No, my CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer. Obviously. Are you guys stupid or something? Yeah, Metroid. I don't, these fools. Just jiggle the handle, Pigpen. Just jiggle it. Wait, what? Yeah, our tracks aren't perfectly parallel, but I suppose it's alright. Back in the day when a CPU was the size of a brick. I agree, Sneaky. I'm not gonna make any fuss out of it. Alright, cool. Last thing we gotta do is just put we gotta delete the guide rails. And then we need to put dog. You put dog. Oh, my dog. Anyway, no. We just gotta put the finalized groundwork in position. Because whenever you place track on groundwork, it always looks like the railroad ties are floating above the dirt. And that is going to be changed in the spline update, first and foremost. Second most. Yeah, no, there isn't a second most. I just wanted to say second and second most. Yeah, I don't like the tracks look like they're floating. That's really annoying. The memory starts to degrade after the first 200,000 hours of operation. To be fair, that's actually pretty good. You know, Falcon 9 went through rapid iterative design, rapid prototyping. So do humans. Duh. Rabbits are faster at the iterative process, though. Are you saying that rabbits are like SpaceX? Yes, when hop. Mother of God. Does that make Boeing giant pandas? I don't know what's happening in this conversation. Katra, I used variable grade groundwork to take into account the slight differences that you get from, it's a slight difference that you get from turning the rails. It's fine. It's fine. You can get away with that with groundwork and it looks fine, but you can't do that with the bridges because the bridges are permanently set to constant grade. I wonder what it would look like if we did something like this here. Doesn't look too bad. Might have to mute the in-game music. That clip from earlier got purged automatically. It was the dial-up sound. It's the dial-up sound because somebody has a copyright on that. Copyright on that. But why? Because people are greedy pieces of trash, Sneaky. You'd be surprised, man. You know the public resource, not public resource, the NASA archival footage that we look at? Sometimes that gets claimed. NASA archival footage gets claimed. Oh yeah. So stupid. Yeah, NASA archival footage gets claimed. Think about that one for a second. NASA, public resource, public domain, gets claimed. Good, nice. And then it turns out if somebody takes like NASA footage and they remaster it or something, they can, yeah, it's their intellectual property now. Yeah, that's a good one. Good one, bud. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a good one there. Look at that. Oh, you got a bunch of winners in here. Yeah, no, seriously. Who the frick would make that stuff up? You take NASA public footage, right? You take public domain footage, and you take it and you put it through a remaster software. It takes 5 minutes, and then you put it up on the internet and claim it as your own. I remastered it, but I remastered it. It's my public. Yeah, you put it through Adobe After Effects and hit the remaster button, you turd. I'm sorry, that's really funny to me. People are so stupid. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I couldn't believe that, dude. I'm like, really? Drummer sent me a message about it the other day. I'm like, alright, I guess. That's the thing, I suppose. Excuse me, one hop. Couldn't believe it. Mana. Mana. Mana, na. Mana. Mana. Now the song's stuck in your head, mana. It is stuck in your head. You gotta get mad at the streamer. 'cause he got the song stuck in your head, stuck in your head. Mana mana. Mana mana. There are too many of these songs stuck in my head. Yeah, Nubius, I mean, you know, like, you know, I got you addicted to this game, and that ain't right, but I also got myself addicted to this game, so, I mean, I'll have you know that it wasn't malevolent behavior, man. It wasn't malevolent, I swear. I just wanted to play with trains, man. Have you played Planet Crafter yet? Yeah. I believe you. For now. We all know you're paid by Big Railroad. Malevolent. Doo, 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 doo. Oh God. Oh, there's a new era of loneliness. Oh God. You know what? I want this section of track to be bridge. At least to right here. You know, get rid of that. I don't want it. You don't like it? No, I don't like it. What's the max turn radius that you use? 15 is the maximum that I go to. But if I do 15, I make sure that it's an increasing radius. So like I won't go from 0 to 15, I'll go from 0 to 5 to 10 to 15 to make it an increasing radius so the train doesn't make a sharp corner. Okay. Down 1%. And now what kind of turn do we need to do here? This. Oh, crap. Alright, fellas. Well, I think I made this go one segment too far. So, here's what we gonna do. Guess, that ain't no guess of what gonna be. Alright, so we gotta delete one segment of rail here. And then delete one segment of groundwork. Like that, and then set a rail right there. I went one too far. And then the dirt groundwork, we can dump that as well. There we go. Cool. Now we need to get rid of the rail here, and then I need to make it over again. You should build a scale model of the Red Bull ring in track. What? Why? I don't wanna. I just wanna make my trains. You're lucky I'm back at work this week, so my railroad addiction isn't as time consuming. Alright. That's fair. There we go. That's gonna look good. See, I needed to make this... I didn't want to make this turn too sharp, or else the train would derail. And what I like to do, and this is what real railroads do, is you got to put reliefs in valleys and stuff. There's a valley here. We have a low point. See? So if they're both bridges here, when water's trickling down the mountain when it rains, it doesn't rain in this game, so this doesn't matter. I'm building it to make it look right. The water will just, it'll pool here and it'll go down. It's drainage. Because you don't want to, with your fills, right? With your fills in the terrain, you don't want to accidentally make a reservoir in an earth dam, because railroad tracks and railroad right-of-ways are not good at dealing with customers. Now, that's why I backfill these things, because that's what they would do. They would backfill it so water doesn't pool here, because water will erode away the railroad tracks. Yeah, they learned that. Now, don't get me wrong. They probably wouldn't have done this with a narrow gauge line in 1883, but I don't care. Hey, if we time machine back to 1883, all right, you know, I'm gonna be like Doc Brown. We'll engineer stuff that doesn't exist yet, and my railroad will be better than everybody else's, and we'll make bajillions. We could make trillions. Why make trillions when we could make billions? You ever think about that? What if the railroad barons from the 19th century are just time travelers? You ever think about that? What if they're just time travelers? Like, there's some guys like Rockefeller and stuff that just really knew what the heck they were doing. Like, almost to the point where it was like, how do you know? Like, Tesla, for instance. How do you know Tesla isn't just a time traveler, okay? How do you know? How do you know he wasn't just a time traveler, right? And he could be a time traveler from an alternative dimension where a guy named Elon Musk invents alternating current. He said, no. And Nikola Tesla, in this alternative dimension, owns a car company, and it's called Musk Motors. You don't know, chat. That could be a thing. Tesla did go insane. See? And in this alternative universe, Nikola Tesla buys Instagram. You don't know. Are you okay? What? Yeah. No. Yeah. You know too much. And he calls it Insta-Musk. Wait, what? Do you guys know that there's an alternative universe where Mark Zuckerberg invents a company and it's called InstaFace? And Facegram? I'm not insane. I'm not crazy, I swear. That's what crazy people would say. Shh. No tears now, only dreams. Instabook. I don't go on InstaFace or something. One time, where I got the InstaFace thing from is, one time in a press conference, Bill Belichick was answering questions. It's a Patriots press conference. I know, here we go. Here comes the Patriot jokes. Yeah, whatever. Just listen to the joke. It's funny. Right? Reporter was like, did you see what this person said on Instagram? And he's like, no, I don't go on InstaFace. Or Facecast or whatever. I don't care. It's kind of funny. I don't go on InstaFace or Facecast or whatever the hell it's called. I don't care. Gave the most boomer answer ever. It was really funny, actually. Yeah, there you go, Illness, yeah. Will Shiba replace the bird on Twitter? I don't know. Guys, I did notice something weird, just real quick. So you guys know cities. We play cities. You know, City Skylines. City Skylines predicts the future. They literally predicted the future. It's very strange. Look, in 2018, they released a mod or an expansion pack for cities called Chirp X. Chirp X is based off of the Chirper. They're based off of the Chirper, which is the indicator that pops up in City Skylines, and it's supposed to be like a Twitter, and like people posting on Chirper in cities, your citizens in cities post on Chirper saying what your city needs. And they released a patch in 2018 called Chirp X. Chirp X is a pack that has a space center that launches Falcon rockets. Well, not Falcon rockets. It launches like a Saturn V into space. City Skylines literally predicted the future. Chirp X. Because Elon Musk bought Twitter. I'm serious. Chirp X. Did anybody else not notice that? That's very weird. TwitX. Yeah, TwitX. It's a bit of a reach? What are you talking about? It's not a reach at all. ChirpX is a blatant ripoff of Twitter. You're a reach. Right Twix or left Twix? Who cares? You get to eat candy. I'll tell you what I'd do, man. I'd eat 2 Twix at the same time, man. Yeah, damn straight always wanted to do that. Yeah, I figure I could hook that up. You know, chicks dig dude with Twix. I don't break off the individual Kit Kats. Meaning you don't share, Midge? You don't share your Kit Kats? Good. I don't either. You shouldn't. Screw that. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat card. That's just... Kit Kat... No, that's just Big Candy wanting to get more people addicted to Kit Kats, alright? You can't trust Big Candy, man. Not man. You know what I mean. Shut up. Can't trust Big Candy. They just want you to buy more candy, but candy's already addictive. They're like drug dealers. What? Kit Kat chocolate melts too fast. I don't want it on your fingers. I think, you know what? That's a perfectly reasonable thing to want. It's perfectly reasonable. Some core stage 2B roll. Some core stage 2B roll. Not 2B roll, idiot. No, it's what it's what I'm saying. People are like, oh my gosh, they're already making a second one? I'm like, yeah! And a third one, bruh! Candy's bad, okay? You shouldn't have candy. Yep. Hands. Was ist, T-Man? Yeah, I don't hate that picture either.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I grabbed her. Trains. When was the last time we had 39A and B with 2 rockets? STS 125 or 129. The last Hubble servicing telescope. The last Hubble service mission. Hubble servicing mission. So that would have been 2009. It would have been the STS 400, the STS 400A contingency. So STS 400 was a space shuttle contingency support launch on need flight that would have been launched using Space Shuttle Endeavour if a major problem occurred on Atlantis during 125. So what they would do is they would stage 2 shuttles for the Hubble Space Telescope. Because Hubble Space Telescopes were dangerous missions. The Space Shuttle was basically at the high end of its operational capability because the Hubble Space Telescope is up at 400 kilometers, right? The only way the shuttle could get up to a 400 kilometer or 270-mile circular orbit is by having nothing in the payload bay. You can't get up there. You don't have enough delta V to come back down if you try to get up there with something in the payload bay, right? Which is why the ISS was low. The ISS was 200 miles up for the longest time, and then after the space shuttle stopped flying, they boosted it to 400. So what they would do is they would build 2 shuttle stacks. They would build 2 shuttle stacks. They would launch the Hubble servicing mission, right? But they would have a backup shuttle on the pad just in case. For dangerous shuttle missions, they came up with the STS 400 contingency for dangerous shuttle missions, or if the shuttle had some problems, they would always stage another shuttle behind it. Yeah. So you would get amazing pictures like this. Oh my gosh. This is one of my all-time favorite pictures. See? You would, not 1 shuttle, you'd have 2, just to be sure. Because if one went wrong, the other shuttle could go and rescue it. And also, there's a rainbow, yep. And now we have Falcon 9 and SLS. Don't get me wrong, fellas. It's cool seeing Falcon 9 and SLS from this same picture. I really like it. It makes me happy that the pads are being used. But also, this was one of the last times a shuttle stack was on 39B. Yeah, that was one of the last times in 2009. Yep, I think that actually may have been the last shuttle stack there. The last shuttle stack that went out to 39B never launched from it because STS-125 was a successful mission. So Atlantis serviced the Hubble Space Telescope, came back down, so they took Endeavour, rolled it back to the VAB, and then rolled it to 39A for the next mission. Yeah, Ares 1X, man. Yeah, Midge, that was the next thing to launch from 39B. Ares 1X in late 2009. And then the next thing to launch from 39B is Artemis 1. They are building, yeah, the lightning towers aren't there yet. See? Yeah. The lightning towers are there for Constellation, man. They completely refurbished that pad after this. They completely refurbished 39B. They moved it back to a clean pad configuration, the way it was during the Saturn days. And it's been like that since. I really, really would have liked to see them do that with 39A, but that's probably not going to happen. Today I rode a diesel train from Trieste, Italy, my city, to Ljubljana, Slovakia. Interesting, Swishio. Hey, Dipstick, what's going on, man? Yeah, that was the last time 2 rockets were on 39A and 39B. 2009. Now we have Falcon 9 right here and SLS, which is pretty cool. In fact, I'm probably going to leave these pictures up. I'll leave that picture up for Space News so I can show people. Shuttles are overrated, Kappa. Is the capital Slovenia? I knew that it was, Swish. I don't know how to say that, man. The Balkan languages are hard for me as a Yankee. I don't understand what these words mean. I don't know how to pronounce things. I'm sorry. What's your down mass capability? Yeah. Right, Novus? These fools. So if one of them failed, you had a backup. That's right. I don't like this. See, last for an SDS 400 question. Sure, man. What's up? They are building... Alright, I already got that. Did they outfit the second shuttle with extra seats? Yeah. Yes, for the most part, yeah. They would have... If I'm remembering SDS 400 right, I mean, Hokie, it's been a while, dude. I'll be honest. If I'm remembering it correctly, that would have launched with 2 people on board, and yeah, they would have rescued the whole crew. Yeah. The 400 contingency is frankly just a really good idea. And you know what the stupid part about that thing is, Hokie? That was the original plan for the freaking shuttle. That was the original plan. If something went wrong with a shuttle stack, you would always have another one queued up and ready to go and rescue it. It's part of the reason why they they engineered the shuttle to not have an abort system, because another shuttle going and getting the other shuttle and rescuing the crew was your abort contingency. Like that was the shuttle. They theorized that the shuttle would have been so inexpensive to fly that you could just fly another one. Whatever, that's cheaper than you'd rather have that than like some Apollo 13 scenario, right? Inexpensive, and we all know how that turned out. It turns out if you make a really complicated launch vehicle that's designed to be reused and designed to fly a lot, and you don't fly it a lot, it gets expensive. Same argument could be made for a B-52. Same argument could be made for a B-2. You know how expensive B-2s would be if we only flew them every once in a while? Well, they are already expensive. And, I mean, the B-2 is arguably more expensive than the space shuttle. looks at the Zumwalt with disdain. Starship solves this problem by not being complicated to build and repair. Yeah, Swishio, here's the thing, dude. That's what they said about the shuttle. That's what they said about the shuttle, dude. They said the same thing about it. And they were going to do it. The shuttle can be launched frequently. It can be. It's possible. They did it in 1985. They launched it 9 times. And they were gearing up for 24 in 1986. 2 launches a month. They had everything ready to go. Just lost the will to do it when Challenger happened. It doesn't matter what your system is, man. I've been saying this for a really long time. Dude, it does not matter if your rocket is expendable. It doesn't matter if it's reusable. Even though reusability will help this in the long run. And which is why I think that is the right move. But at the end of the day, dude, it doesn't matter. You have to make more rockets. The more you fly, the more the price goes down. Simple as that. Your rocket can be expendable and you could fly like crazy and it's really not... It's not a big deal. Reusability will certainly help you in the long run to fly more, but it's frequency of flight. Frequency of flight does it. The shuttle could have been made to be reliable. I don't give a frick what anybody says. It could have been, absolutely. The question is, and well, this is frankly a risk that NASA didn't want to take, is how many lives is it going to cost to do that? NASA can't really be seen, you know, killing astronauts. That's probably not a good thing. Where are your 7 shuttles in 3 months made? What are you talking about, dude? You could do it with 4. Space News already gone? No, it hasn't happened yet. It's a great system. The only thing that's going to push Starship past the shuttle is to fly it more. And then it becomes more reliable. Systems mature over time. Well, sorry, like, that's the truth. They needed more orbiters. You know what? 4 orbiters is enough to get it done, Elios. Right? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you. Rockwell set up a frigging assembly line for orbiters. They set up an assembly line for orbiters, and when NASA said, no, we're good at 4, they said, are you, what? Really? What do you mean you're good at 4? No, it was supposed to be a production line. They set up a whole freaking factory in Palmdale to freaking build a lot of shuttles. 6 would have done it. Well, the honest truth is that they would have had to make more. They would have had to make more. I'm not liking how this upper track is coming out, guys. That's why I keep deleting it. They would have had to have made more over time. The shuttle was only good for 100 flights on the airframe. Or space frame, I guess. It was only good for 100 flights. That's what they rated the airframes at. So, if you think about it, 24 missions across 4 orbiters, you're going to need more very soon. Okay, so 24 divided by 4, right? 24 missions a year. That's 6 orbits per, or 6 missions per orbiter per year, right? Actually, yeah, no, you probably could have used more. Now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, long story short, by the 90s, the airframes would have been pretty much spent. You have to complement that with more ET production. Not trying to be rude and serious question. Is this a train simulator game or just a railroad track part? I have tuned in multiple times and never seen an actual train. Oh! Yeah, Duber, I'm just grinding this out. You want to see the trains? I can show you the trains, guys. No problem. I wanted to get this done. But yeah, we can run with the trains if you want. Let me finish this segment and then I'll take you over to the freight depot. I'll show you. Yeah, it's a train simulator, dude. So what I like about this game is that you build the tracks, right? You build these tracks out, and then you actually drive the trains, which is really, really cool for me. Yeah, I think that's really neat. At least the Zumwalts are a failure. Well, Midge, the Zumwalts were the same way. They were They didn't call it DDG 1000 for no reason, right? Like, because they wanted to build a lot of them. No, here, build 3. Okay. That's why they're a failure, and, you know, I wonder why this mall has so many problems, because, you know, you get the teething problems as you do with any system, but no, you can't do that. I'm just thinking at this rate, the real transcontinental railroad was built faster. Dude, where the problem is... Okay. The problem is that this is... The track building in this is not ideal. It's not the best. But they're working on it. They're gonna make track... They're gonna make placing track in this game like cities. It's going to be like placing roads and railroad tracks in city skylines soon. And that's going to fix it. The reason why the damn tracks take so long is because the system that their minimum viable product track implementation was not very good. But that's okay. They, you know, they're listening to user feedback, and I think the devs get the hint that the system sucks. Boat. EJ, they started building them before the actual systems were finished, and BAE couldn't deliver the goods. Oh. So they James Webbed it. Lovely. No wonder it got axed, Midge.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Well, Swish it. I mean, we're seeing flight prototypes now, so we're seeing they're just prototypes, dude. So I don't know, maybe hip hop anonymous. Oh, it did it again. It goes up that stupid hill. Alright, guys, I gotta focus on finishing this track. We'll talk more about space stuff in a minute. That's the third time I've made this incorrectly. That means I need to focus on what I'm doing here. Because the autopilot EJ is not getting this done correctly. We need to inflate the autopilot more. Yeah. So yeah, Duber, we'll roll with some trains here in a second, if you want. I'll work on my pre-existing lines, because like when you go and drive the trains, dude, it's like playing Train Simulator. Like you have to stoke the boiler with the steam engines and stuff. It's really cool, and the physics for the railroad are really good as well. The reason this install started with GGG 1000 was to continue the numbering. The last PG 997, yeah. I just wanted to say good luck. We're all counting on you. But yeah, you drive the trains around in this, guys. I'm just taking a second to engineer the routes correctly, that's all. You guys remember how I how I always take my time when I'm building roads in cities and stuff. And then we end up getting cities with not a lot of traffic flow. Or not a lot of, with very high traffic flow, not a lot of traffic. Yeah, I'm literally doing the same thing with the trains right here. That's why it's taking a second. There we go. That should be right. Nice. There we go. Perfect. All right, I'm going to save my work. And then let's get rid of the guide rails for the 4th time. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Trust me. Trust me. I'm doing this on purpose. That was just a bridge to get the tracks where I need to. Now we'll make the actual bridge. Score. Cool. And I don't want water pooling right here. And there we go. Excellent. Not that water pooling really makes any difference at all. All right, you guys wanted to see the trains, huh? So let's go. Have you seen my MIT lectures on the shuttle? Yeah, of course, Elias. Elias, if you're coming in from trains, dude, I know the shuttle program and most NASA programs like you know about Penn Central, dude. Yeah. That's dude, I'm not the best with trains, I admit it. Like, I know enough to be dangerous, but the space program, that's what I teach on stream, dude. Kerbal is my main game. I'm kind of on a break right now because I've been on a train kick, but yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know all about that, dude. I watched everything. Read the freaking ops manual because I'm a loser, you know? But yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, I've seen all that stuff. I've read about the Challenger and, you know, the Rogers Commission, Challenger report, the Columbia Accident Investigation report. Yeah. You want to know anything about NASA, I got you. I'm pretty damn good at it. I've been training. Good diagram of Red Bull's rear suspension. Torsion heave springs. Interesting. Yeah, here we'll go over to my to the rail yard. Dude, are you still here? Julie, Eva Pivy. How close are you to the iron mine? I'd say my rail tracks to the iron mine line is probably 40 to 45% done, somewhere in there. I watched you do Kerbal for at least as long as I played the game. I did a physics project with that game in 2014. Anyone remember the Glasses Only streams? My guy. Yeah. Are you ever going to ride the train? Well, the track takes time to engineer, guys. Like, I'm sorry, the track, how you make tracks in this game right now takes some time. They're trying to fix that in literally the next update. What do you think about Merc? What do they do wrong on the new F1 car? I think they introduced something radically different than everything else, and because it's different, it's going to take more time to dial it in. I don't know, Firework, maybe. Gotta make our way up this hill. The depot's on the other side of this hill. Well, Shaw, I think they introduced that new type of side pod, right? Or lack thereof. And that's... when you change... It's aerospace engineering at that point, right? When you change something like that, when you make a big change to the car, and you have to redesign around that change. And I think they have to change a lot more things than they thought they did to take into account that different side pod. So it's going to take them a second, but they'll be back. Or they won't be able to get the car dialed in. But it's Mercedes. They can throw a lot of money at it. So you can fix that problem. What do you... So yeah, Azak, that's kind of where I'm at. There was another question there. Deleting the side pods created a ton more drag at the rear. Yep. But yeah. Elios, I've watched... Dude, I know tons about the shuttle. I can tell you anything you want to know about it. It's... Dude, the more I read about the shuttle, the more I'm just impressed by it. Even now. I've been studying that vehicle for a better part of a decade. What the shuttle does is just still absurd, even by today's standards. It's ridiculous that they engineered something like that in the 70s on a freaking with blueprints, no CAD. It's damn impressive, dude, if I do say so myself. That really shows off the engineering chops of the United States from the 60s, man. I thought you knew everything by now. All right, so here's my depot, guys. Here's the depot. We have a lot of empty rail cars here. And what you do is on the map, so I'm making the iron ore mine line right now, and it's not finished yet, but it needs to connect into the smelter up there at the top of the screen. Right now, I have the logging camp, sawmill, freight depot, and smelter all connected. I know, Midge. You've been here since the beginning. This would be my home depot. Yep. So, I have my freight yard where I stage the cars, right? And we have our roundhouse over here. Well, roundhouse. Yeah, with the turntable and everything. And I have I only have 2 locomotives right now. We have my switcher locomotive, Betsy, which is the default locomotive. That's what you get at the start. And then we have the Eric Johnson and San Andreas Railroad, because all you had to do was follow the dang train, EJ. Locomotive number 54, known as Jebediah. Nobody's perfect, Vin, okay? Yeah, the frickin' roundhouse took me 2 streams to figure out how to make it right. It was really difficult. That was hard to do. We should buy another locomotive. 4,600 bucks. We have enough to buy 2 of these almost. Yeah, actually, we could buy 2 of them. We could buy 2 more Eurekas. But he got around to it. Wrecked. Dara, what's up, man? Alright, so. What can we do? We could make a cordwood run. Or we could, let's see. Let me think. We could do logging. We could do a log train. The sawmill needs to be refilled. It needs to be refilled with lumber and railroad ties, and then we could sell those to the freight depot. But you know what we should do? The cook is Eureka on PEDs. Can we afford that right now, Elias? I think I actually can. I think I could get the cook mogul right now. I really like the DNRG though. That's a nice looking locomotive. 280 though. Very strange. Very strange design. I mean, that's a 260, but... Could use both tracks and run 2 trains side by side. Will this game have modern trains in the future? The tech tree, Linus, goes all the way up to 1968 for locomotives. So, I'm going to go ahead and guess yeah, probably. Cordwood to smelter, Alex. The smelter's filled up. Unless I start delivering iron, they won't use all the cordwood. So, yeah, that's all filled right now. What I might do is buy more logging cars. I might buy more logging cars so we can move more logs all at once. They're only 300 bucks a pop. We could buy a ton of them right now. For the most part, Orion, yeah. Elios, tell, if you could, dude, if it's not too much of a bother, could you tell people what the front and rear bogies on a steam locomotive do? Oh, you already did. More wheels meant more traction and lighter load per axle for crap trackage. There you go. No, it was Colico. Yes. Yes, Colico, not Conoco. And then there's box cars too. You could buy all kinds of cars. You could buy a couple of cabooses or caboosei. You could buy a couple of these. So if you're running multiplayer, right? This game is online. It's multiplayer. If you run a multiplayer, your brakeman can be in the caboose. They're for guiding through turns and switches. There you go. I think I'm going to buy more of these. Yeah. Yes, the Colonial Oil Company. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to do that now. The new cars go down there by the, see by the water tower? The second water tower down there? That's where the new cars end up. Thank you. Thanks for explaining it, dude. I appreciate it. $300 per car, that's cheap. Yeah, you got to remember this is $300 in 1883. $300 in 1883 is like 30,000 now. All right, so we're going to do logging runs. So we got to go up to the logging camp, and then we have to deliver logs to the sawmill. So let me undo those cars. These are cordwood cars. We're going to need these cars, but we also need those ones down there. So here's what we're going to do. Does making the railroad cost money? Not right now, but I have a feeling it's going to in the future. Yep. Alright. We gotta go into Jebediah here. So we have 0 boiler pressure and 0 pneumatics. The pneumatic system is for the brakes. The locomotive won't go unless you have pneumatic pressure. So let's close off the pneumatic valve first. The brakes are on. Are my tender brakes on? Yeah, they are. Okay, so let's open up the boiler. Yep, got nothing. So take some firewood. We need a couple more. We gotta stoke the boiler. Now, the locomotives do have a consumable. They need water. But I have plenty of water in the tender. Let's take a look. Yep. Oh, yeah. Plenty of water in there. Alright. We can check the sight line in the locomotive. Plenty of water in the tender. Sight line in the locomotive. We got a full tank of water. We're good. Alright. So, reverser is zeroed. The regulator is zeroed. You just gotta watch that. We'll start building up pressure inside of the boiler here. Later in the superpower times, you see a lot of 482s and 262s. 442, 242, 240 are all very successful wheel arrangements. I like 484s. This is hard to see. Yeah. You really could have made it 2% grade, though. When the speed limits get removed, Swishio, every locomotive right now is limited to 17 miles an hour. Or, what is that, like 30 kph? They don't really go fast. With the spline system, they're supposedly removing that because they redid a little bit of the physics, right? With the splines, I think that's what they were saying. Somebody said it in chat again too today. If they remove the speed limits, you'll see why I like the Eurekas. Eurekas are great engines. They got big drive wheels, so they can go fast. Now, that works for and against you. Because they got big drive wheels and can go fast, they really can't haul a lot up a hill. They suck at going up hills. But they can go fast on flatter track. Trust me, once the spline system comes in and they remove the speed limits, you'll see why I chose the Eurekas. Fun fact, the idea of superheroes came from the superpower term used for steam engines with steam superheating. Word? Okay, check that out. Building up boiler pressure here. Actually, Elios, you know what one of my favorite designs is? We'll do that while it's building up boiler pressure. So you know the Pomona Fairgrounds where they got 4014 from, right? The Rail Giants Train Museum. Here we go. Yeah, see? They pulled 4014 and UP restored that locomotive. It was sitting at the Pomona Fairgrounds, right? They have... Which one is it? Which one is it? They have an SD40. That's cool. And they have a DD40. Oh, that's such a good locomotive. It's not that one. It's this thing. This thing. This 412-2. This freaking locomotive. Look at that. It's a 3-cylinder locomotive. 3 cylinders. Dude. The DD40 was the trade for 4014? Oh, I didn't know that. Cool. So, Elios, you know about this thing? See last. Okay. Reticulating splines. Yes. Yeah. So, this thing has 3 cylinders in it, right? it's a prototype. They didn't make very much of these well, actually, they made 88 of them. So here, let's just go to that UP 9000 locomotive. I never, there's a third cylinder inside of it. So you have your cylinders out on the sides, right? Like a regular kind of conventional steam locomotive, but there's a third one in there. There's a third one that's driving inside of the wheels as well. It's a very strange locomotive design. I really wish we could have a diagram of the thing. I looked at a diagram of it before and it blew my mind. A 3-cylinder steam locomotive is very peculiar. Steam locomotives usually have even numbers of cylinders. Was that your Windows sound? No, I didn't hear anything. I'm trying to see if there's... Because there's another cylinder that's connected into the drive wheels in between. It's underneath the locomotive. See, there's a third cylinder right there. So there's 1, 2, and 3. That's very strange. That's a very strange design from what I understand. Idea for a steam locomotive. Instead of steam moving pistons, what if we hook the wheels to steam turbines? Already been done, dude. Yeah, steam turbine locomotives. Seriously, they built these to compete with diesel. Actually, that's not a bad idea. So how they did this, Hellfish, was they had the steam, and instead of the steam going to a cylinder right here that pushes the drive wheels around, what they did was they had it going to a four-wheel bogie right here. So this is a 646 locomotive, and there's a gigantic freaking turbine right here, and that turbine goes through a reduction gear. Yeah, the turbine goes through the steam turbine goes through a reduction gear, and the gear, I forget how it connects to all the drive wheels, but it uses gearing to connect to all 4 drive wheels. So yeah, they tried doing that, dude. Not a bad idea. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, but exactly, you gotta, in order for the locomotive to freaking move, that turbine needs to be spinning at very high speed at all times, and it takes a while to spool. Elios, that's why they didn't do it. Now, if you had a nuclear steam turbine, that might be a little bit different. But yeah, check it out. There's another one. That's a steam locomotive right there. Steam turbine. Weird, right? 646, you mean 343. Actually, that wasn't a 646, that was a 686, excuse me. You count all the wheels on either side, RB, for steam locomotive naming. Yeah. Cool ideas. There were a lot of cool ideas to try and get steam to compete with diesel, but diesel just reigns supreme. Diesel electric is the best. It's the best design. I mean, the only thing that would be better, I suppose, is just straight electric, but yeah. Yeah, see? Geared steam turbine. Pretty cool idea. But yeah, actually, turbine electric, steam turbine electric could probably be a good idea. Elios, did they ever do a steam turbine electric? Alright, is our boiler stoked? Yep, the boiler's stoked. Okay, open up the pneumatics. Okay, we're building up pneumatic pressure. Okay, let's off the tender brakes here. Not trailer brakes, it's not a truck. Not yet, at least. Wait, what? Okay, got to build up some pneumatic pressure here. Okay, so locomotives here, while I'm here. Locomotives... Actually, locomotive controls really haven't changed too much over time. You have your brakes, right? Then you have your reverser. That's pretty much your gear shift. So you put it forward, it goes forward. You pull it backward, it goes backwards. You put it in the center, train's in neutral. Yeah, I know. And then you have your throttle. On a steam locomotive, your throttle is a regulator. It's a pressure regulator that regulates how much steam goes to the pistons. Not complicated. Okay, we got good pneumatic pressure built up. All right. Undo the brakes. Put the reverser into the forward position. Let the regulator out. Yeah, Alex, it'd be a pretty cool idea. If you were designed in the 70s during the fuel crisis. I'm partial to G-Tel's Elios because I like, I'm partial to G-Tel's because I like turbines, airplane engines. Okay, we're getting her onto the turntable. And GG1s. GG1s are way ahead of their time. Does the train lower the... Does the choo-choo lower the pressure? Yeah. Not by much, though. Okay, that'll work. A little forward, but it's fine. Now we got to use this big honking lever here to move the locomotive.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, XPZ, thanks for the 5 subs. Appreciate it. I wish I could get a diagram of that 3-cylinder locomotive. It's very strange. Does the reverser have only valid position? Have 3 valid positions? No, drummer. No. It's a dynamic input. XPZ, thanks for the subs, man. Actually, yeah, no, you can. So, okay, on this particular steam locomotive, your reverser controls. See how that's slotted right there? That's what the reverser controls. If you put the reverser forward, full forward and back, it's the slot on those. It moves up and down. The idea is that you can reverse the valve timing on your locomotive so it can go forward and backwards. It is basically what the reverser does, if you want the technical explanation, is it changes the duration on the valves. It's like a camshaft. It changes your valve timing duration. So if you put the reverser full forward, those valves are going to open all the way. You pull the reverser more towards the center, they'll open up less. And if you pull it backwards, they'll reverse. They'll reverse the duration so the locomotive will go backwards. Yeah. They have... This basically has an articulating valve train. I don't know if it's called that. But you could... It changes the duration on the valves. So you can have them go fast forward, right? Slow forward. Or fast reverse. It's really smart, actually. Diagram in an article. Thanks, Facha. Yeah, you see that? There's a 3rd piston in that sucker. Isn't that weird? I mean, fellas, look at this thing. So UP came up with this nutso idea to do this. Look. The steam engine, Adobe Flash is no longer supported. Yeah, see? There's 3 pistons. 1, 2, and 3. Zoom in. See that? There's one in the center on the drive wheels. That's actually pretty cool. It's pretty smart. UP didn't come up with it. The LNER was doing 3 pistons in the 1800s. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Brits and French were doing it forever. Alright, so let's so you can either control the locomotive in third-person view like this, which is fun, but I like first-person. First-person is cool because you can use all the controls. So brakes are out, reverse or forward. Undo the tender brakes. Alright, we gotta go down to the staging line there. We gotta get those extra logging cars. Let's do a login run. So, like, there really is two facets to this game here. I got plenty of water. We have 4,500 liters in the locomotive and more in the tender, so we don't need to fill that. Triple expansion is cool. Elios, yeah. Elios, I have a stupid question. Did anyone ever try to... You know what? The answer's yes. I know the answer's yes. Someone tried to do triple expansion in a steam locomotive? Yes, and it sucked. That's what I thought. Okay. Put the brakes on. Flip the reverser into the reverse position, but we gotta throw the switch. There we go. Maintenance nightmare. I mean, what steam locomotive isn't, but yeah. Okay. Push the regulator. Open the regulator backwards. Gotta be careful. This thing really gets up and goes when you're not hauling anything. What if somebody did like an inline design with the steam locomotive, Elios? Anybody ever try that? Like 1, 2, 3, 4 connected to a drive shaft? Like with a diff? Like a car? Did anybody ever do something like that? GY engine doesn't use it much. Interesting. Alright. Take the brakes off of this car. That's what a shay is? Oh. Yeah, I suppose that's right. Click. No diff, fixed axle. Yeah, it wouldn't have a diff, right? Yeah. That's what, like, the Heisler is kind of similar to that, right? Or the Climax, one of those things. Yeah, you don't need a diff in a train because the beveled wheels take care of that. I mean, but dude, can you imagine all the power loss that you're getting going through all those going through all that gearing? Now, I know this is kind of already true. Like, I know this from what people have said in the game, but the Heisler and the Climax don't go very fast, do they? You know why? Because if you spin that open drivetrain too fast, the thing will rip itself to pieces. Am I wrong? I know a little bit about mechanics. I'm pretty sure that that's what happens. It made up for that with insane pulling power. Yep. Yeah, but those gears, if they spin too fast, they're gonna break. Have you heard about the Gear Wars? Nah, I envy you. Okay. K3, 1 year. I'm currently designing my Woolworth-inspired building for the MC server. Oh, wow. That's impressive, dude. Yeah, Stuart, it would rip itself apart. Yeah. Having all that stuff, all those gears and all those parts just kind of hanging out like that. Oh yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, no, the thing would rip itself to shreds if it tried to go faster. If you exceeded RPM, if you try to go too fast, you exceeded RPM, the whole thing will come apart. Last, please. The only one triple expansion locomotive ever. Ooh. Wow, look at that thing with a saddle boiler on it. Or a saddle tank on it. That's weird. Shade drive. Let me see. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, so I'm staging up a logging train here. We gotta... These don't have like an automatic coupler. They have to... There we go. Okay, take the brakes off there. So we're staging up a train here, guys. Let's go. None of these cars have the brakes on, do they? I had some wheel slip there from the locomotive. Are there coal locomotives in this? There will be. Then you have duplexes like the T1, but that's very late in the superpower times, where you had more steam than you could use. Click. Stop! Bonk. Okay. Bonka. Okay, I'm doing the brakeman's job here, making sure that all the brakes are off. These wheels right here, the steering wheels, they're not steering wheels, they're brake wheels. They actuate the brakes on the locomotive. See that thing right there? There's no stoppers in the game yet. We need bonkas now. Alright, put the reverser into full. And we're going to go grab the other 6 cars that are staged on that line here, so we got to go forward here. Brakes are off, reverser to full. Open up the regulator here a little bit. I didn't get to go to LC39 today. Shame. Is the track even long enough for 12 cars? I don't know, Firework. We should be able to expand it, though, even if it isn't. Not that big of a deal. Alright. We got some speed going. I'm just going to let the regulator off, and we're just going to coast. This is the cool thing about trains, guys. You don't need that much power. Once you get the train going, the train has so much freaking momentum. And because you have a metal wheel on a metal rail, they just roll forever. There's no friction here. But that works for and against the train. No friction means it's very efficient in the application of power. But that kind of goes out the window if you try to go up a steep hill, because then you have metal on metal, and then you could flat spot a wheel if you hit the brakes too hard, or you could just do a burnout with the train, which is not good at all. How do astronomers keep from becoming extremely nihilistic? The Milky Way galaxy is 53,000 light years across. All radio transmissions of man moving at the speed of light only cover 1% of our home stars. That's a drop in the ocean compared to the trillions of other galaxies in the universe. I don't know. Yeah, that's right, Roth, right? It's pretty crazy. I would have written you up on about 5 different safety violations by now. What am I doing, Rotor? Hey, we're fine. The train's fine. What, me not being in the locomotive? Having the locomotive roll with nobody on it? That probably is frowned upon, huh? The T1 Trust is going to happen. It's nuts. I still can't believe that, Ilios, that they're going to rebuild that entire locomotive. That's really cool. Yeah, Creeper, I don't know, man. Yeah, it's really big. What I want to do is go and explore this stupid thing. And that starts with going to the moon. That's how I look at it. You gotta take baby steps before you can get out there. We'll do it by the books, Rotor. Yep, okay. We're on the right track. Yeah, any mods that can give Elios a regular? Yeah, regular is what I want. If we could. Drummer, you around, buddy? Jumping off in front of the movement, running, letting the train hit the dock at the end of the track, walking in the middle of the rails. Whoops. Yeah, here, Elios, I'll do it. You can post links. I trust you. I'd still, just don't go ham with it. Oop, not red. There we go. Yeah, go ahead. Post away. Just don't abuse that privilege, okay? This is the PRRT1. Yeah, somebody showed me this. I think it may have been you. That's what is that, a 4444? 4444. Huh. Alright. Cool. 4 4s. Across the board. That's cool. Cool locomotive. You know what we need to do? We need to get a GG. We need to get a GG1 working. I'd love to see it work in GG1, but it'll happen. Well, we have the electrified rail. PRR's right away for electrified rail is still there. Shows how good of a design that was. And I mean that sincerely. It was a damn good design. We'll do it by the books for now. For now, Rotor. I messed it up. I forgot to put the sling in. Damn it. We should get a caboose for this long train. I guess you could put modern motors in the GG1, but is it a GG1 at that point? I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't appreciate a resto modded GG1 pulling trains around. Can you imagine one of those kitted out with new oh. You know what? I want that. Water check? Got plenty of water. What's that, Midge? Look at that. Drive all the wheels. Are you planning on opening up a community? I don't know, maybe. 010-0. Yeah. Alright. Get the brakes off there. Okay, brakes are on those. Alright, let's go logging. 12-car train. I prefer Lil Joe over the GG1. I think cabooses are a thing of the past. Well, Clayton, you know, you just have another locomotive at the back of the train nowadays. Okay, brakes are off. Alright, let's do a logging run. That's fair, Flykin, yeah. New Jersey Transit has modern electric with PR livery, and it looks great. See, what's cool about this is that the valves actually articulate there. You can actually see the valves on the train doing their thing. Can it go up to 88 soon? A lot of German 210-2 Ts and meter gauge. Interesting. Alright, let's open her up. How big is the area? Hey, Mango Sir. 4 kilometers squared. But the dev said they would want to do bigger maps in the future. This is just their test, not a test map, but this is the first map. I can't believe that. We've got a 12-car train here. Oh, those GG1 pictures are just a shame. Where is that? Cooperstown Junction. Should go get it. Should go get it and fix it. Doesn't even have to work. Just fix it. Alright, hold on. We gotta slow down a little bit. The lever isn't thrown. The lever's thrown for the siding for lumber. Yeah. I mean, Elios, you really... I knew it, but it didn't really click in my head until you said it a couple of streams ago, dude. GG1 is high-speed... It's high-speed rail. The US had high-speed rail in the 30s. You know, like, I never thought of that. Yeah, electric, fully electrified high-speed rail in the 30s. Okay. On joined rail. Man, that's annoying. I mean, you know, like, what's crazy? PRR's lines are still there. Those lines can still run high speed. The Acela runs on them. And I've ridden on the Acela before. It's nice, but... I think I've seen that, Cantab. At least it was in my suggested on YouTube. I mean, we've descended, but we have airplanes. Airplanes are faster, guys. Like, not as efficient, but faster. Because remember, you know, up until very recently, it was just about what could get you there the fastest. Yeah, Elias, pretty crazy. You guys went all in on airplanes and cars. I mean, and that's not a bad thing if you don't give a frick about carbon emissions. That's not a bad thing, right? The train is irrelevant if you're trying to just do it faster, right? Like. High-speed rail would be tough to implement nowadays. Like, as tough as the Acela would, you know? All right, 1.75 grade with 12 cars. Let's see what Jeb does here. Brightline West is going to be the first high-speed rail in the U.S. Well, the Acela is high-speed rail, Ishiku, but the Brightline is like dedicated high-speed rail. Yeah, Florida, of all places, guys. Florida's doing high-speed rail. I know. Crazy, right? Yeah. This is 175 firework, but yeah. So I'm a huge PRR fan. I mean, Elios, I'm more of a Boston and Maine kind of guy, because I'm from Boston. But I like B&M. B&M is cool. But B&M was never PRR, you know what I'm saying? Right. I just wish they could make it fully elevated for the high speed. In Florida, that is. I mean, once you get out of the cities, Sneaky, it really isn't going to be that big of a deal. Brightline West is the LA area, LA to Vegas. How are they going to get it over Cajon Pass? How are you going to do high-speed rail there, Ishiku? Genuine question. Plenty of Everglades to destroy. No, the Brightline goes down the coast. Lowe's. Yeah, it goes down the coast, so. Don't worry. It's not destroying anything that already wasn't destroyed. It's good. Yeah, sneaky. I mean, that's a result of bad driver's ed, man, you know. If we gave a frick about actually taking driver's ed seriously, then maybe we wouldn't have as many idiots on the road. Now, believe me, Fonzis, they're already destroyed. In southern Florida, yeah, they're already destroyed. It's already happened. I mean, Cajon Pass is amazing, but how are you going to do that with high-speed rail? Like, genuine how's that going to work? That's the lowest point. If you want to get to Las Vegas from LA via train, Cajon Pass is the only way to go. How else are we going to do that? Unless you want something running up through Palmdale, like on the 14, how would you do that? Yeah. I mean, like, isn't Japan's high-speed rail, aren't the Shinkansens publicly subsidized? They're subsidized, I'm pretty sure. If I'm wrong, please tell me. Yeah, Brightline West will follow the UP right away up the pass. I will admit, seeing high-speed rail go through Cajon Pass would be pretty freaking cool. And high-speed rail to Las Vegas is a good idea. What I always try to tell people is that high-speed rail makes sense for destinations that are like 200-300 miles apart. That's it. 1,000 miles, 3,000 miles, high-speed rail starts to not make sense. An airplane will beat it, you know? And unfortunately, it's still like time is money, right? You can't spend 3 days crossing the country on high-speed rail. I mean, it probably wouldn't take 3 days. It'd probably take 2. But still, that's not even close to comparing to a, I should probably stop. It's not even close compared to like an airplane. If it only stopped on major... Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody just goes, oh, we want high-speed rail. And I'm like, well, there are parts of that high-speed rail line, if you make high-speed rail go all the way across the country, there are parts of that high-speed rail line that literally nobody would use because an airplane makes way more sense. Okay. We've almost got enough line here, but we need a little bit more to fill up all the logging cars. Yeah, there you go, Kansep. We don't have the paid time off for none, but yeah, that's right. That's a very good point. Ishiko, the company I work for is doing a ton to develop those intercity rail corridors here in the U.S. Yeah, no, guys, I'm all for high-speed rail, but not across the entire country. High-speed rail makes sense on the coasts. It really does. As far as going inland, from the East Coast going inland, you should probably go to the Mississippi, and that's it. Like, so a high-speed rail line that from, like, New York to Detroit to Chicago, and then maybe down to St. Louis from Chicago, and maybe from St. Louis down to New Orleans, and that's it. Maybe Galveston or Houston, and that's it. And that's a little bit over the Mississippi, but once you get to the center of the country, that high-speed rail doesn't make a lot of sense, man. It makes perfect... I mean, low speed with freight makes way more sense. I mean, the freight is what we do right over here. That's... U.S. does freight trains and freight rail amazingly. Sorry, I just got to expand this just a little bit. Unless you're going 300 mile an hour on high-speed rails. Yeah, but an airplane goes 500 miles an hour, Firework. It's not even comparable. Sorry, man. I wish. But physics is physics, dude. Yeah, nice flagging. There we go. Yeah, compartmentalized stuff is really what makes the most sense. And then from the West Coast, I don't know, to Vegas seems about right. So like LA to Vegas to Salt Lake City or something, that would be good. Other than that, for like the center of the country really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Don't text and train, fellas. Alright, that should be good enough. So, rotor, don't look at this part, okay? Well, you know what? Yeah. Here we go. What we'll do... Let me go down here. Make sure the cars are lined up. Passenger rail needs funding. I mean, Helios, it needs funding at least to the point where it can stand on its own. If you just trickle feed it like we do with Amtrak, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to sit there and keep operating at a loss. You need to drive that business. I mean, look at Japan. Japan's government heavily subsidized rebuilding their rail after the war, right? After World War II. And they subsidized the Shinkansen. And then eventually they privatized it because everybody just ended up using trains because they were there and they were convenient. It's smart. It's not a bad way to do things. Yeah, Hyperloop is not a bad idea. It's just, yeah. In France, it's privatized too, see? Spin it off, just like what NASA's doing with Commercial Crew. You could literally do that with trains. Just putting it out there. Alright, start loading up logs. And now that the locomotive is throttled, I can control how far the train moves right here. Railroads be like, bruh, bruh, bruh. So the engine is in reverse, but it's in reverse at a very low power level. And I'm using the brakes on the railroad cars to be able to control the position of the train. Actors go just about the explosive decompression problem. I mean, honestly, Elios, neither does Hyperloop. And I know what you're going to say. What do you mean? Well, look, explosive decompression really doesn't even happen even on airplanes. Because the differential pressure on an airplane is less than 5 psi, and so is Hyperloop. Hyperloop is not going to completely put it into a vacuum. It's just lower air pressure. So instead of 15 psi, you're at 5 psi. And that makes it so you can exponentially go faster because you're not subject to as much aerodynamics. And any aerodynamic drag that's experienced doesn't really happen. Like any time you push those air molecules out of the way, They have room to move around, so you can push them out of the way and just keep going. So it's not that big of a pressure difference. It's not like it's completely a sealed vacuum. It's just lower pressure. So you can achieve this pretty well, right, by putting a big pump, big air pump at one end of a Hyperloop and just maintain positive pressure throughout the other end of the line. You can have leaks, no problem. That's fine. It can leak. Airplanes leak all the time. I do not leak. You leak, navigator. Yeah, it's not as far-fetched as one might think. When the pod hits the high pressure, if there's any leak equals dead. Yeah, but Thunderfoot doesn't understand how aerodynamics work. Like, trust me. That's not how that works. That's not... You can create a vacuum by making positive pressure out one end of the tube. Think of it like a straw. You want to create a vacuum in a straw, you blow through it. There's a vacuum in there. Hey, Enraged, what's going on? SR-71 leaked like a sieve. Yeah, there you go. Nah, trust me, dude. Like, I get what Thunderfoot's saying, and it's always good to be healthy, to be skeptical about things. I get it. But you can create a vacuum. You can create a vacuum by an expansion chamber, right? An expansion chamber at one end of the Hyperloop could do that job, no problem. Think about it, dude. Like, it's not as far-fetched as you might think. Don't get me wrong. I still think it's going to be difficult to do. But it's not as far-fetched as you might think. Now, with that being said, I still think, like Elias, where I'm at is if you think about it, the whole construct of engineering. So you think about, like, metal rails with a regular train versus, like, maglev versus, like, Hyperloop, right? You think about all that stuff, right? Okay, so maglev, what does that do? Reduce the rolling resistance, all right? What does a Hyperloop do? Reduce aerodynamic resistance. And if you have a maglev Hyperloop, you can make a super efficient train. But here's the thing. You're offloading that somewhere else. That power, what you gain in rolling resistance and air resistance by not having them there, you're still using energy to put the tube in a vacuum. You're still going to use energy there. So the energy that you would need to overcome the low rolling resistance of a metal rail or the aerodynamic resistance that a Hyperloop offers, right? All that energy generation just goes to keeping the tube in a freaking vacuum. You're just shifting the energy problem somewhere else. My thing about maglevs and Hyperloops, and I don't get me wrong, they're possible. Sure, of course it's possible. But why? Why would you do that? Why would you? But that doesn't make any sense. Like, this right here is tried and tested. This works. You're not going to be able to make a maglev train, right? Okay, so say we made a maglev train and then we made a regular high-speed rail train. Which one of those things is going to be less expensive to operate? Because it's simpler. The gains that are afforded from a Hyperloop or a maglev don't really outweigh all the time that you need to invest in making that. Like all the infrastructure that you're going to build. I mean, if you're going to make an argument against Hyperloop, do that. But I didn't really like what Thunderfoot had to say about it because it doesn't really understand how a vacuum works. Now, like, I think that metal on metal wheels, metal rails offers a low enough rolling resistance. That's already good enough, right? And making it maglev doesn't make sense because you're spending a great amount of money to decrease the rolling resistance just by a little bit, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Why would you spend billions of dollars for maybe like a 0.2% gain in rolling resistance? Why would you spend a lot of money on Hyperloop when high-speed rail works just fine? Yeah, Lego, didn't they try that once? Can we have maglev cargo trains? Well, freight isn't dependent on speed, Sirius, so why? Like, that doesn't make sense. Why would... Like, don't get me wrong, I hate this bottom dollar nickel and diming stuff when it comes to engineering. I really don't like it. But also, at the same time, I understand that, you know, it's... Like, at what point is it diminishing return? And engineering is always a diminishing return. How about suspended rail? I don't know how that changes anything, but okay. there's an issue with wheels themselves not failing at high speed, but how often does that happen? So, I mean, you're swapping out wheels for magnets, right? I mean, I get it. Magnets don't fail, but the maglev uses electromagnets. The magnetic system that makes the maglev hover isn't a passive system, right? I mean, I gotta refresh my memory with maglev. There's only so many... Hey, Slower, how are you doing? There's only so many ways a system can be improved. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and say that... you know, like, we shouldn't go and look for the next best thing. We always should. We always should strive to do better, right? But the thing is that we strive to do better, like... We strive to do better thinking, you know, we could take a already optimized system that's been used for over 200 years that works very freaking well for what it does. I mean, there's a reason why we still use metal wheels with metal rails. Because it's good. It's not just about money, even though it is cheaper to do it this way. There's a reason why we do this. You know? Like, that's how I like to look at it, man. Like, I don't think we should shy away from ideas like Hyperloop or Maglev or something. They're good ideas. But... there's only so many ways the system can be optimized, dude, you know? It comes down to maintenance costs. Rails are easy to... well, anybody that works on a railroad will tell me that they're not easy to maintain. But what would be easier to maintain, a maglev network or a rail network? Like, at the end of the day, this is what works. This is what works well. This is what works well on Earth. Now... a high-speed train, a high-speed maglev on, like, Mars or something? Now we're talking. Or the moon? Now we're talking. That would be really good. Trains would be, well, they'd be 600% more efficient on the moon because it has 1/6 the gravity. So you're taking your rolling resistance and you're dividing it by 6 already. That's where maglev or, well, Hyperloop doesn't matter on the moon. Hyperloop would be more for Mars, right? Maglev would make perfect sense for trains on the moon. It would be amazing. Most maglev systems right now actually have the train start on wheels, and when they get fast enough, they switch to using magnets. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. If the train's going fast enough, you need it on the... yeah. Right? Can you upgrade the cranes? Not right now. You need maglev or hyperloop for stability and low gravity. Rails will work. The rails just wouldn't look like these rails. You'd need something like a monorail. It would actually... trains on the moon, Lego, if we were going to use wheels, would end up looking something like a roller coaster. Like, you have like wheels here, and wheels on the sides. It would end up looking like a Disney monorail or something. That would be much better for the moon because then you're not, you know, you don't have to worry about the train coming off the tracks in low gravity. I was just going to ask the same thing. How do you need the train on rails if it's fast enough? Don't want to accidentally launch it. Yeah, trains on the moon, Pandaman, would look like a roller coaster. She ain't moving. Are we out of boiler pressure? Yep, ran out of boiler pressure. Forgot to stoke the boiler when we got up here. How much of the train do we have loaded up? We have 6 cars, so about half the train's loaded up with logs right now. But yeah, I mean, like I said, we shouldn't shy away from different ideas, but there's only so many ways a system can be optimized. That's all. Like, Like, at that point, you're paying like $100 million for like a 0.2% efficiency increase. Now, if you really want to min-max it, then that makes a ton of sense, right? But it's not just about min-maxing, right? Like, at the end of the day, you have to figure out where min-maxing it is enough. And I think that high-speed rail, like Shinkansen, is perfect. A Hyperloop is a good idea, and it would be great if it was employed in mass, right? But yeah, it would have to be employed in mass. You'd have to throw billions of dollars at it, and you'd have to throw billions of dollars at it for not that much of an increase. And you once again, what you lack in like aerodynamics, right? So like Hyperloop isn't susceptible to aerodynamics because it's in a vacuum. Well, it still is. Everything is. I mean, you're not completely going to a vacuum. What, like, the efficiencies that you gain from lack of aerodynamics, you make up for in increased maintenance costs. Once again, only way to really solve that problem would be to employ it in scale. You'd have to build a ton of Hyperloop all at once. But the vacuum problems that people bring up with Hyperloop is funny to me because everyone thinks like, oh, you have one leak in one area and it's like hitting a brick wall of air. It's not really how they would keep it vacuumized. Vacuum optimized. That's not really how they would keep Hyperloop optimized if you've read the papers. They have a pump that's blowing air at one end. And then there's a venturi in the tube and the air depressurizes. Right? So if you have an air pump at the front of one Hyperloop line, right? And that air pump is blowing air through a tube at really high pressure, right? And then you're going in, it expands into the entire Hyperloop. You're going to create a vacuum in the whole tube. It's not like you're taking all of it out. You're making positive pressure in the tube. Well, you're making positive pressure in the tube. You can create it's like a big vacuum chamber. It's a big vacuum chamber. Like the vacuum chamber that they use to test rocket engines in. Same thing, just extruded over a couple 100 miles. It works just fine. It'll work just fine. You don't have to worry about that because even if there's leaks, the air accelerating through the tube, right? Or the air going through the tube, it'll leak out a little bit, but it'll be rushing through and kind of trying to go out the other side. And if you accelerate the air with the Hyperloop in the same direction as the Hyperloop car, right? Then it'll be like having a tailwind. So you could go really fast in the vacuum. That's how they want to get Hyperloop working. Which will still take days to pump down. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not saying that it won't. Yeah, to accelerate all that air. I mean, it would be like operating an oil pipeline. You know, it takes a second for the oil to get from one side to the other. You know, and that's what I mean. That goes back to what I'm saying. Like, why? What is all that? What's the advantage there? You're paying for an aerodynamic advantage, right? It's an aerodynamic advantage because the train has no air resistance, right? And if it's maglev, then it has no rolling resistance. But you build all that stuff out. It's going to require billions of dollars, and even then, that's another couple $1 million in maintenance because you have to make sure the pumps work. Because if the pumps don't work, then the train won't be able to go fast, and then you've negated any aerodynamic effects that you've gained. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think it can be done. Sure, absolutely. Why couldn't it be? Of course it could be done. There's nothing within the confines of physics that says that this can't be done correctly. But what are your advantages over a freaking rail in a train that goes fast that's electrified? That's my question. Like, if we're going to be skeptical about this, I think that's the right place to be skeptical. Yeah, maybe O-Force. Yeah, exactly, Burn. You'd have to compete against airplanes now. So is building all that infrastructure out cheaper than an airplane? I know the answer to that already. The answer is no. So, like, once again, you know, I don't blame people for being skeptical about Hyperloop. I really don't. And don't get me wrong, I think it's a cool idea, and it would be good. It's a good idea to explore at some capacity, right? There are optimizations that could be made, absolutely. But, yeah, I mean, I think that the people that are skeptical for the wrong reasons because they don't understand physics. And don't get me wrong, I ain't no expert myself, but I know that there's ways to make a vacuum chamber without having, oh, if there's a leak, that, you know, you're screwed. That's not how vacuum chambers work. We're you know, the way Thunderfoot talks about it in his video, he talks about it like there's a vacuum chamber that's a static vacuum chamber. So, like a vacuum chamber that's used to test capsules or something. Like what they use to test spacecraft in. It's not the same type of vacuum chamber. Doesn't work that way. Being skeptical is being scientific, guys. You gotta remember, but your skepticism is misplaced if you don't understand the subject matter. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. Like, there's always room for improvement. Yeah, Graph Shark, it's very strange. Like, being skeptical is part of being scientific, but I think people just use that as as an excuse to convey their terrible takes on things. Like, well, I'm just being skeptical. Well, alright, that's fine. Being skeptical is a part of being scientific. However, at the same time, if you don't understand the subject matter in the first place, you can't be skeptical about it. So you can't claim that you're skeptical about something that you literally have no idea about. That's very weird. Dunning-Kruger, man, is real. Don't tell me to improve! Yeah. What's up, killer? Yeah, I know, Swishio. It's kind of funny to me. Well, if Santa uses Hyperloop, then it'll work. I always think the medical lab's positive and negative air handling hallways and labs. Bingo! Yeah, that's a vacuum. That's absolutely a vacuum. It's one of the first things I figured out, dude, when I started trying to learn things about spaceflight, dude. I thought every time you think you know something, nope. It's always more complicated than you foreseen. That's spaceflight in a nutshell, even for SpaceX. You think SpaceX hasn't encountered problems with Starship that were more difficult than what they originally anticipated? That's SpaceX themselves. That's Elon, right? Look at how much Starship design has changed over the past year and a half. It's a pretty damn good example. It's a case study. And if these guys who are experts in the field, like SpaceX is damn good at what they do, if they're experts in the field and they're running into surprises all the time, some punk on YouTube is obviously, you know, you don't know more. Like, there's no way your quantitative logic is more than the entirety of a collective like SpaceX. That's not going to happen. That's why I always try to say to give NASA the benefit of the doubt, because you don't know better. I don't know better. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, don't get me wrong. There's things that NASA does that I don't like. But I understand why they do things the way that they do. I always make it a thing to try and understand it before I criticize. But people can't be bothered with doing things like using their friggin' brain nowadays, I guess, right? Thanks, Sufrin. I'm just trying to make sense of things, man. This world don't make sense. It makes no sense. Try to figure it out. But it's not at the level of any of the Hyperloop tests have been. Yeah, they're using a static vacuum chamber, Elios, but if you wanted to do that over a long distance, anybody will tell you that you're going to use positive pressure to do it. You're going to use positive pressure in a Venturi in an expansion chamber, similar to the top of the stack of a steam locomotive. Absolutely. Dude, they've created vacuum chamber. They've created vacuum chambers that they test rockets in. How do you test a rocket engine that's expelling gases at high pressure in a vacuum chamber? Well, they do the same damn thing. It's a huge freaking air pump, and it sucks in air. Well, the rocket actually accelerates the air to make the vacuum, but that's another story. Look, if a rocket engine can fire in a vacuum test chamber down here and not implode, I think making a train is not that big of a deal. But call me crazy, right? I mean, it doesn't take days to pump down the rocket vacuum chamber, but it would take. I mean, take a good while with the locomotive. Or we could just use a rocket engine to take it down to pressure. That'll work real quick. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I don't want that. Remember that time Thunderfoot said the Martian helicopter wouldn't work? Yeah, dude. That guy's at the peak of the Dunning-Kruger curve. It's unbelievable. He's at the mountaintop. Hang on a second. What is that curve? Well, it's called Dunning-Kruger. Dunning-Kruger is basically, it basically says that when you're introduced to something new, right? When you're introduced to a new concept, right? You very quickly increase your knowledge in that concept, right? To the point where you think you're an expert. But the reality of the situation is that you weren't able to fathom how difficult a certain concept is. So over time, you know, like right when you first start, you become very arrogant, and you're like, oh man, I understand this, I know everything about this, right? Oh, this is great. Oh, why don't we do things this way? Oh, NASA's stupid. They do things really stupidly. I could do something better than this in Kerbal Space Program. That's peak Dunning-Kruger right there. Then that's where most people stop. And they just plateau right there. But if you keep going and you keep wanting to learn, right? If you keep going and you keep learning, you very quickly realize that you don't know anything about the subject matter. And that's... Here, I'll show you. That's called the Sea of Disparity, right? Here, look. Basically this. All right? Misty Mountain Hop. Great song. Sort of off topic. Don't need an answer if you don't want to. I don't know, Grab Shark. Maybe. I mean, some people are just peak of Mount Stupid and they just kind of stay there because they think they know better. They stop learning. Oh, I'm a guru. I'm good to go. I know everything. No. No. If we applied this to aerospace engineering, most Kerbal players get to about here, and then they stop. All right? This is like Aerospace 101, college entry-level courses, right? I play Kerbal Space Program. I love science, right? That's where most people stop. If you keep going, you quickly realize that you're in way over your freaking head. You're down here somewhere. I hit the Valley of Despair sometime in 2014, 2015, when I started building the space shuttle, when I started making Collins, right? That's when I hit the Valley of Despair. I realized how difficult it is to actually make one of those things. In Kerbal, remember? I would push every day to try and get that shuttle to fly better and 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 better. And then by 2016, I knew a good deal about the shuttle, but I realized I knew dick about other rockets. Nothing. I really didn't know much about other rockets. So, you know, I started going up and going up and going up. And dude, I'm not even up here. I'm not even close. I'd say I'm probably like right here somewhere. Maybe right here. Like, if Elon Musk is up here, I'm like down here somewhere, you know? I know a good deal, and I know a lot about aerospace engineering. I'm not an aerospace engineer, but the thing is that I'll never stop learning. That's the problem. That's the problem with this. People peak at Mount Stupid. They think they know everything, and they think they're over here somewhere. But the problem is that they're incompetent. See what I'm talking about? I'm very careful about this stuff, guys. You know, like, you have to be. You have to be careful. Because you're going to say something when you're at the peak of Mount Stupid, and and then you're gonna, well, everyone's gonna be like, well, that person has no idea what they're talking about. And don't get me wrong, I'm susceptible to this too. I try very hard to keep it right, but sometimes I'm not perfect. Sometimes I get it wrong. Sometimes I peak of Mount Stupid, right? I know enough to know I know nothing. Bingo. Bingo. I see people speak with such confidence about things. That's a big red flag. When people say something like, oh, SLS will never fly. Oh, SLS will never fly. And people have been saying that for years. That's peak of Mount Stupid. Yeah, okay. You're reducing the entirety of NASA funding, systems engineering, budget control, constellation cancellation. You're reducing the last 15 years of the space program into one singular statement. That is peak of Mount Stupid. Most Twitter takes are up here. Or at least the ones that gain notoriety. They're up here. I know I'm down here. And that's the first step in understanding that you know nothing. All right? That's why I'm not afraid to say nowadays that I don't know about something. I don't know. Like Elias, I'm defaulting to your judgment, dude, because I know you know more about trains than I do. You know, like, you don't know better. You just don't. Like, I'm sorry. That's very arrogant. Now, don't get me wrong. You should have confidence in your ability, but you shouldn't be arrogant about your ability either. You know what I mean? Even the guys that are up here, the guys that are gurus, that achieve that same level of confidence over time, still wouldn't say statements like peak of Mount Stupid. You know what I mean? I'm deep in the valley of aerospace. Grab Shark, in reality, you're right here, and I'm maybe right here. Maybe right here. Like, I'm just a little bit ahead of you, dude. Like, I don't know better. I really don't. You don't know better. Nobody on Twitter knows better, because that's another mark of somebody that's up here. Somebody that's competent about this stuff. You don't speak generally with aerospace engineering, because aerospace engineering is not a general concept. It's not a general concept. It's a complicated thing. This building a space program takes decades. It takes decades. It doesn't matter if you're SpaceX or NASA. It takes decades to get it right. You can't. It's a complicated task that involves thousands of people in 1,000 different areas of expertise. You can't reduce it to generalized statements. That's why I hate it when people do that. It's peak of Mount Stupid. Speaking of, I found a great drawing of the triple cylinder setup. Dude, link it up, my dude. Link it up. And Midge gifted you a tier 3 sub? Holy crap. Wait, when did that happen? That was 50 minutes ago? What the hell was I doing? Midge! So, this is what I always say to be careful of, guys. This is why I say use your brain. You shouldn't... Anybody that speaks with that absolute confidence, if they're just some rando on YouTube and not like... Dude, even the people at NASA, Kathy Leaders, Thomas Zerbuchen, Jim Bridenstine when he was there, not even Bill Nelson speaks with this peak of Mount Stupid kind of talk. Not even the people in charge, the people that are at the height of their game at NASA don't speak with that amount of confidence. It's also something I've noticed. So I'm very skeptical anytime somebody says an absolute statement like that. Oh, Hyperloop will never work. How the frick would you know? Like, how would you know? You're not an engineer. How the frick would you know? Great, you have a basic understanding of physics, right? Hyperloop is a complicated concept. So you're applying your basic understanding to a complicated concept. And you think you know better. That's not how this works. And dude, trust me, I've been shot down so many times over the years with takes that... And this is what engineering does. It'll put you in the valley of despair quick. But the thing is that I never stopped trying to learn. All right, I never stopped trying to learn, and that in itself, right there, is never stopping to understand. Never like plateauing at Mount Stupid, right? And over time, you understand you know nothing. You understand that you don't get this concept as well as you thought you did. And that these concepts are way more complicated than you ever thought they could be. That's what happens if you keep learning. And then eventually you'll start going up. This is any difficult concept here. Anything. Mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, civil engineering, aerospace engineering. It's all susceptible to this. 95% of space Twitter is peak of Mount Stupid. Yeah. I know, because the people that speak about this stuff in generality, like speaking generally like that, is a textbook red flag for peak of Mount Stupid. Would you say most newscasters are at the peak of Mount Stupid? I don't know. There's very few newscasters out there that that tell you to think critically. I'm very skeptical of a newscaster that tells you what to think and not how to think. Yeah, that's right, Chief. Socrates, yeah. You know nothing. That's where Dunning-Kruger kind of comes from. Did you catch the link that time? Yeah, I could scroll up a little bit, my dude. Here it is again. Let's see what we got. But yeah, that's important to understand. That some bonehead on Twitter or some bonehead on Twitch doesn't know. Like, dude, I don't know better than NASA. And that's something that I always try to tell you guys. I don't know better. Ooh, that's cool. Three piston design. That's very strange, huh? Look at that thing. The BBC is in the Valley of Despair. Something like that, Lego. That's cool. Yeah, the Brits used it a ton. That's real neat, man. But yeah, that's why I try to teach you guys how to think. Like, I don't teach you what to think, right? Because teaching people how to think is peak of Mount Stupid. Yeah, that. Gotta be careful about that. All right, let's finish loading up this train and we'll go. Core Stage 1 versus Core Stage 2 comparison. Oh, even better, Novus. Yeah, CS2 is a lot cleaner than 1, huh? I'll show that during Space News, man. Geeson's like, we were good at trains. Yeah. Okie dokie. All right. 12-car log train. Let's make our way down to the sawmill. Okay, the brakes are off. Reverser is backwards. Let's get her going. You gotta go slow with a train this big. You don't want to push on this too hard. Gradually load up. Can someone explain to me what 101 means? So, Azarok, if I say Aerospace Engineering 101, it's a reference to college courses. You usually when you take a beginning course for a college subject, like Aerospace Engineering, usually the first course is 101, meaning it's a beginner course. There's 101, and then it goes to 201, and then it goes to 301, and then it goes to 401 once you get through the 4 years in college. So, like, there would be, like, Aerospace 101, and then it would be, like, Advanced Aerospace 201, and then Expert Aerospace 301, and then Advanced Concepts 401, right? I mean, every college is different, but that it kind of became a slang term, you know? Freshman level. And there might be even some 90 level classes that are remedial. Bingo. Yeah, it's basics, dude. That's what that means. Mm-hmm. Some universities will have 1,000-numbered classes. Nice. I had to take Math 32. Badger, dude, even me, if I pull the trigger on going back to school, honestly, I don't even want to try to take like college level classes. I would go back and take all my high school math over again. Start from scratch. I'm good at math. I know math. I would want to start from scratch and learn it again, because I would take it seriously this time, because I didn't take it seriously the first time, man. Thanks, I'm not a native speaker. No problem, dude. If you need help with English, ask me. It's the only language I speak. Yeah, Badger, exactly. Stoke the fire. Yep, good call. Thank you, Facha. Okay. Boiler's good. How's the sight line? Okay, we're good. All right, we're gonna have to give it a little bit of gas because we have to go up a little bit of hill here to go down the hill. I thought you spoke 2 languages, English and bad English. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. If you're asking for EJ to help with English, you're at the top of the peak. Yeah. You sure that's not listening to you? Go to... No, this is like math? Yeah, fellas, I'll be honest with you. I would need to start from scratch. Literally, freshman high school math. And not that it's not that I don't know it. It's not that I don't know it. I probably know it. I'd probably ace the class, but I have to be sure. Because if I'm gonna build, if we're gonna go down that road, I would need to know all of it. Okay, now with a big train like this, we just need to control the brakes going down the hill. Might need to take, like, calc over. Elios, I would start from scratch. Dude, I remember one time, this was a little while back, and nothing came of it because I'm a lazy piece of trash sometimes. I took a placement course at a local community college, right? And, like, I didn't do good on it. It was a placement course for college-level math, and I got, like, a 20 or something. I didn't study for it at all. And I told the teacher, right? This was like maybe 5 years ago or something. I told the teacher, I was like, I didn't study. And she's like, why? Why didn't you study? Don't you want to get placed into a higher course? I'm like, well, not if I don't know the subject matter. I'm not going to fake it. How the frick would I know? Like, what if there's a concept that, you know, I fudged here and I forget it in a month, right? Because I just regurgitated the information. I didn't learn it. And honestly, the teacher got really confused. She was like, what? Why would you do that? I'm like, am I crazy? Like, am I nuts? Like, I don't understand. Yeah, switch maybe. Yeah, she got really confused. The teacher got confused. She was like, why would you do that? I'm like, because, I don't know. It might be important later when I want to understand more complicated subject matter. Yeah, she's like, oh, you shouldn't do that. You should have studied. Why didn't you study? I'm like, this is not you. Okay. Isn't that the point of a placement exam, to not study for it? Like, am I stupid? You want to take those kind of classes at community colleges, state universities, yeah, that's right, Noah's. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, it's very strange. Yeah, this was at a community college, but the teacher got really confused when I used the placement exam to figure out how good I am at math, cold turkey. She was like, why didn't you study? I'm like, because it's a placement exam. I don't know. I haven't done any education stuff since 2008, so maybe I'm at the peak of Mount Stupid. I don't freaking know. I just thought that a placement exam would be right. That's what it's for. Yeah, I don't know, Caveman. Very, very weird. Yeah, I remember. She's like, you got a 20. Did you study? I'm like, it's a placement test. Why didn't you study? I'm like, what? All right. Vagabond, I'm an engineer by profession. Honestly, 90% of calc I don't use anymore. If I needed to actually do a derivative or an integral, I'd have to go look it up. I've gotten used to the numerical methods. Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. But see, Vagabond, I'm sure that those equations, like all this stuff, is there. It's not there because you're going to need it down the road. I think differential equations and integrals and stuff are there to teach you inadvertently about how you should engineer things, you know? like the processes, like in doing differential equations, like all the steps that are involved. That is teaching you how to engineer things. It's teaching you a solid mentality on how to do it. It's not necessarily that you need the information all the time, right? Like how kids say nowadays, and I said the same thing when I was like 16, 17. Why homework? Adults don't need to do homework. This is stupid. You know, my parents don't need to come home from work and do homework. Well, the reality of that situation is that homework really doesn't teach you anything. But what homework does teach you to do? Errands. Think about it. No, seriously, think about it for a second. When you're an adult, yeah, you don't have homework from work. I mean, some of us do. You don't have homework, but you got to go home. You got to do the laundry. You got to take out the trash. You got to do the dishes. That's what homework is teaching you. That's what homework teaches you. Homework is freaking useless as a learning tool. But as a civic tool for learning how to be a functioning adult, it's actually super useful. Think about it for a second. It teaches you time management. And I never did homework. I suck at time management. There you go. See what I'm saying? I think that differential equations, integrals and stuff do the same thing with engineering. It's not necessarily that you need that information down the road, but it teaches you the mentality of being an engineer. Because it is a mentality. You have to think about things in a certain way that's pretty much at odds with how stuff works in the real world, which is funny. But the kids who have to do all that stuff still have their homework to do as well. I guess that's pretty circumstantial, don't you think? Is the log drop siding long enough? I don't know. We'll find out. Use 52GBR. I didn't even do homework, and now I can't even make a proper username. See? It's true. That's it. I don't know, Firework. Maybe we do. Everybody's different, dude. I think I may have made this long enough. I'm not sure if it's long enough for 12 consists, though. But yeah, I know, like... I know, half the stuff that you learn in engineering classes don't even make sense. Like, it don't even make sense because you never end up using it. Some professions need it, some don't. They gotta prepare you as best they can for all the careers that you could do, not necessarily will do. Yeah, there you go. I mean, yeah, but even then, going back to it, Novus, yeah, I would start from square one. And it's not that I don't know the math, it's that I would just really need to learn it all again. Because, dude, the way I learned it the first time was completely half-butt. Because I wanted to go play freaking Counter-Strike all day. Stay in school, kids. Gonna run out of track. Yeah, probably. We can make it longer, I'm not worried. Man, that's a long log train. Long log train. Yeah, there you go, likes. Nah, we might be able to get it. Have you considered looping it to the other side of the depot? Yeah, that would be kind of a tight corner, but we could. Yeah, we're gonna need more track. I don't know. Looping it could work, but it would be a tight curve. But I don't see why we couldn't. There you go. Get up here. Yeah. Hey, sneaky. Other sneaky. Sneaky hobbits. Not sneaky ninjas. Yeah, Eloin. I'll say hi to you since EJ didn't. Wait, Sneaky, you're leaving? Wait. Okay, well, we swapped one Sneaky for another Sneaky. That's fine. That's okay. As long as we maintain sneakiness, okay? That's important. I think you are underestimating the Sneaky. I think you are underestimating the Sneaky. Yeah, see, the problem is that that track is elevated, you know? So we'd have to go down and to the left. Down and to the left. And the corner would have to basically start right here. Yeah, there we go. So you need to do something like this, right? And I'm going to use the bridge laying technique to make this, right? So what would we need to do? Here, hold on. Because that's the end of the platform. That's why I moved it up a little ways, right? I'd turn it to the right, not left, and use it run up that hill since you'll need to later anyway. What? Why would I go this... Wait, what? Wait, we're at the edge of the map. What are you talking about? I'm confused. What? No, we're talking about connecting it over there. There's a good run up to the smelter from here. I already have tracks that go to the smelter though. That's where the developer didn't the developers put their run up right there? Like they have a track that runs up the side of this hill right here and it comes from over there. If I'm remembering that right. I'm gonna use the bridge technique here, so. I don't know if a 20-degree corner is going to be enough, dudes. Nope, not enough. Not enough! Going right into a 20-degree corner is going to make a weird kink in the track, but it's okay. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Oh, oh, gonna make it. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Oh! You freaking fricks! When will you learn? $24, $22. Honestly, fellas, I was thinking 25. Maybe even 30. Alright, alright. I'll try 25. Okay. Well, we cleared the first one, no problem now. Yeah, we can make this corner tighter because we won't be going fast through here. That's right. Oh, this is looking good, man. Here we go. No way. What the frick? What? How? We might have to elevate this Oh, I forgot to grade the bridge. Whoops. I am a genius, that's how. I'm not sure if we can still feed from these platforms, though. How? Should we just make it all elevated? Let's make it all elevated. Screw it. Easier. No. I don't want groundwork. We should just continue with the bridge. Drop it down? A downgrade wouldn't hurt you if you're going downhill. But yeah, we go downhill just to go uphill right there. Why? Just keep it level. But this track you worked on so hard. Well, working on this track, RB, got me to the point where I could make awesome stuff like this. This was required to learn. Remember? Yeah, I did take a long time on that. Okay, alright, I'll do it again. Should be easy. We know that 25 will work. Alright, so let me get rid of the rail right here, because we don't need this. And let me get rid of the groundwork here. And then let me get rid of the bridge and we'll remake it. What's the difference? When spine's going to be over anyway. Yeah. It's interesting though, Geek. This crappy way of placing rails ended up teaching me more. Like, you have to take it, because the placing mechanism is crappy, it makes you think about what you need to build. Because you don't just build stuff willy-nilly, right? You have to sit there and think about it for a second because it takes so long to frickin' make. Which is interesting to me because, yeah, you know, like you wouldn't think that. So like the weird placement mechanism that they have here, I've learned a lot about how tracks are made. Yep, yeah, we might. I don't think we even need a 1% grade here, dudes. I can't believe that lined up. Wow. Well, that doesn't suck. So we had a 7.5. There's a 7.5 degree at the end there. So 25 wasn't exact, but it was close enough. Hey Craig, what's going on, man? So now, I can get rid of the rails here. Those were just for the guides. Now what we do is this. Center punch the rail. Right there. This is why I make stuff out of steel bridges first, guys. Because the segments on the bridge, if you the minimum segment that you can place, so the steel bridges can't be, they have a minimum distance. The minimum distance on the steel bridge is pretty much the maximum distance on the track placement. So when you use the bridge, you can freehand out a rail line like this. And then when you go to make the tracks, all you got to do is just center it on the segments and it'll make a perfect curve for you every time. I mean, keep in mind, that's like current meta. I'm pretty sure when splines come out, that will change. Nope, you don't need to, Facha. All you gotta do is just center punch the rail right there. Yeah, because remember, bridge minimum segment is track maximum segment. Literally a perfect curve, except for that 7.5 at the end. So now what I'm gonna do, save the game. Boom, boom, boom. And now we take the bridge. Now I don't need it. I was just using, I mean, you could keep it there if you want, but a steel bridge sunk into the ground looks weird to me. Yeah, the one thing is because it's such a sharp curve, there's a hell of a kink in the line right there, but that's okay. It's okay. It's just because, yeah, we had to make a tight curve. Yeah, we're not going to be going fast, so it's really not that big of a deal. That little thing, that little kinkamajig at the end of the track, though, the devs are going to change that. That's, yeah, splines should eliminate that from happening. Not bad. See? That's real good. And you know what? You know what the crazy thing is? We could eliminate that kink if we had at the apex of the corner. So if I found the apex of the corner, because there's no kink on the other side, deleted the first half of the track, keep the second half of track, and then make the corner backwards from the apex, we could get rid of that. I don't want to. It's fine the way it is. Should we put a Y in? Why? Why do you... Okay, alright. I'm not trying to make a joke, I swear. Why do you guys want me to build a Y here so bad? I'll tell you what we should do. No, that's not going to work very well. Turn around. We're already turning around. I mean, why not? God damn it. If anything, it would have been better to make the line come in this way. Have the switch come around the pond from, like, right there, and then turn in this way. So, like, we would go... Like, I should have this switch right here. I should have another switch going to the left. Right? And then we should have a corner here instead of coming that way. That would be better. And then this switch track here, I can move it down the line a little ways. So we could theoretically come in, drop the trains off, or drop the logs off, come around, pick up the logging cars, or pick up the lumber cars, and then go. You get it all done in one shot. Where do the goods need to go and the rest of the chain? Well, that way. Yeah, maybe that's... I mean, it's 4 o'clock now, so maybe that's a project for another time. Let's drop off the rest of these materials and we'll get out of here. I gotta throw this switch because we're gonna be coming around that way. That switch is thrown correctly, and this one is not. Gotta reconfigure all the switches. There we go. Drop off these 3 logging cars. Okay, take the brakes off. Hey, username. In real life, your Eureka wouldn't be able to go so fast in reverse. You know what, Kentab? That's a really good point. We're limited right now, right? The physics persistent speed here on the locomotives with the simulation rate that the devs are running is 17 miles an hour. So the Eureka, because it's limited in the forward direction, right? Like, it can go the same speed forward and reverse. But yeah, in reality, in the future, we're going to want to incorporate a turntable, aren't we? What SCR XXVI said, Cyberwolf? Up to 1968. So yeah, we might even get some diesel narrow gauge. Diesel narrow gauge does exist. Football Manager, oh boy. So the White Pass and Yukon Road in Alaska is a narrow gauge. It's a narrow gauge track, like what we're building right now. See? And they have narrow gauge diesel, and it looks so weird. It looks so strange. Look. Is that weird or what? Narrow gauge diesel. The wheels are so small. The wheels, look at the wheels, they're so tiny. It's so tiny. Look at that that's a cute little thing. Yeah, Draco, that'd be cool. Yeah, look at that. That's a really cool line, to be honest with you. Yeah, look, yeah, see? I'm gonna go ahead and guess that they'll probably throw a couple of these things in the game. It's not on the roadmap right now, but I have a feeling that they're going to. What is this, a train for ants? Yeah, look at, dude, look at how narrow it is. It looks so, the track looks so small. It's so small. This is a small track. Oh, look at that, man. That's something else. That looks like fun. You can get to that line via the Alaska cruises. It's kind of crazy to me, Scrivy, that they, like, yeah, that line isn't connected. You know, you think about rail lines nowadays, everything's connected, right? Not necessarily. Well, that's pretty neat. If it's not connected, how do they get the engine and the cars up there? My boat. Okay, let's highball this thing back to the yard. Punch it, Chewie! The game is limited to 17 miles an hour right now, O-Force. Yeah, once they get the spline update and stuff in, from what I understand, that the engines won't be speed limited anymore. You'll start seeing Eurekas get used a lot more. It's physics limited, RB. Right now it is, at least. This game is cool, man. I like this game a lot. I like trains. Uh-oh! Jeb! No! Jeb! Oh, look what they have done to you. Oh, look at how sad it is. Actually, this train is too long for these tracks, huh? Have you tried just re-railing it, 5 head? Well, just, I guess you'll have to rebuild this entire section from scratch. Oh dear. Alright. Let's, go backwards. Yeah, I see that right there. We're fouling the track on that siding. We have plenty of slack on this side, dude, so yeah, I'm not too worried. Who designed this mess? Hey, it makes sense, okay? Kind of. It kind of makes sense. I hate this part. I don't like this part. This part didn't come out right at all. But the rest of it, though, from like this part forward, it looks great. Yeah, I built all of this when I first started playing. I could build it better nowadays, but I'm not gonna sit here just redoing the depot the whole time. Like I didn't really have a good system for measuring like the length of the radius of curves, so like I curved it a little bit and like I had the nice curve out here and I'm like, oh, this looks great. And then I realized that it looks great for the outer radius, but not the rest of these radii, so I just kind of made it match and called it a day, and I was like, yeah, it's fine. So how is the track laying going to work with the spline update? If you ever played a game called City Skylines, it should work something like that. Yeah, and there's also a grid to snap to. Local and world grids to snap to, so making parallel tracks should be easy. Yeah, it should be really easy. Like, that's why I'm not, like, too worried about the spline update and whatnot. Because, honestly, I could remake this probably in a day with the spline update. Probably literally one stream. Yeah, you know, if there's no backwards compatibility, that sucks, but you know, it's not going to be too bad. Minecraft tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. No, tomorrow's Friday. Saturday for Minecraft, man. Don't do that. Are there any narrow gauge heritage lines near you? Not that I know of, Lego. There might be. I mean, I bet you there probably is, dude. The U.S. has heritage railways all over the place, dude. Playing this game pre-spline update is doing calculus by hand, indeed. Oh my god, what is this spline update that you keep talking about? They're gonna change the way that they make tracks, change the way players make tracks in the game, Swishio. It's gonna be more like making roads in cities. Make the train tracks in cities that we make, it's gonna be basically like that, but in first person. What is that, SC? Oh. Oh. No. No, no. I heard about that, Draco. It was in a dev video. Okay, we gotta flip Jeb around here. Nice. That's cool, man. Okay. Back her into the shed. This turntable makes you realize why balloon loops are a thing. Yeah? Okay. Off with the pneumatics. Parking brake is on. Reverser set into the zeroed position. Okay, regulator is at 0. Open up the cylinder cocks. Alleviate pressure out of the boiler. And regulator open, cylinder cocks open. Oh, yeah, she's still hot. I'm trying to release the pressure out of the boiler, but it doesn't want to because the boiler is stoked. Throw a bucket of water on your fire. Well, the object is to make less steam, not more. It is a pressure release, Hibbit. That's exactly what the whistle is. Whoop whoop! Is just alleviating a little bit of pressure out of the tanks. Kind of like vent line on Starship. Same thing. Yeah. Vent down line, it literally does the same thing, only there's a whistle built into the vent. Whoop whoop! New loco time? You want to buy another Eureka? I have 3,500 bucks. I think that's only good. I think that I don't think I can get the cook. I think the cook in the DNRG is oh, we can get the cook. I kind of want to buy another Eureka because uniformity. That's done, man. Gotta catch them all. I only have 35. I can only afford a Eureka. Unless we want another porter. I don't want another porter. Could you double them? Sure. Yeah, you know what? Let's get engine number 55. Roughly how long until space news? I'm buying this locomotive and then I'm going to put it in the loco house and then we're done. Options? Nah, same options as before is just fine. Gotta be uniform. Said that 30 minutes ago. Well, now we can do space news at 5 o'clock, Kane. So, yeah. Anybody else's feelings hurt? Check out the name tag. You're in my world now, Grandma. It's got water in it to start. Sorry if I already covered this. Is controller support on the roadmap? I've heard no mention of it, Matt, but that doesn't mean that it's not in the game. But I've also heard no mention of it. It is what it is, Hibbit. Actually, yeah. You know what? That'll be our switcher locomotive house. We'll put the mainline locomotives over here. Open these up. Jeb, stop venting. Well, Satana. That moment when you lose an important tiny part like it's disappeared into the... yeah, I know what you mean. Swissio, on the Discord we have money-making channels. There's a money-making channel on Discord that'll show you the best ways to make money. Alright, first time we're using second locomotive. Ready? No, okay, Hellfish. Oh, Doom, good luck, buddy. Did I name number 55 Valentina? Yep. Oh, that switch isn't thrown right. Come on. Running. Crap. Come on, throw the switch. I don't know, take 6. Yeah, maybe. Hey, human. I'm gonna put my steam engines in the stable, in the scuderia, and then we'll, start up Space News, dudes. Why? Every time I play this damn game, I like it more. That's not good, man. Seriously, Matt, this game is model railroads. Yeah, it feels like playing with model railroads. Yep. I think I broke it. Train doing a burnout. You've heard of Gymkhana, but have you heard of Train Kana? Where we do multi-track drifto? Gotta save both the engines. We don't need them steaming inside. That's cool. I imagine a fleet of these locomotives at some point. Why do you need 2 engines? Because it's cool. Because, I mean, drummer, I have one named Jeb, and Jeb's Locomotive 54, and now we have one named Val, and Val's Loco 55. Can't have Jeb. You can't have Val without Jeb, alright? It's just, obviously. Now we need Bob and Bill. Now you're catching on. What do you think that shed's for? And Ludard. Oh, jeez. And little Betsy. Bob and Bill should be a Heisler and a Climax. I was thinking a Cook in a Class 70. Actually, what I was thinking is having 4 Eureka locomotives. Jeb, Bill, Bob, and Val. And then, if we get further down the road, or the rails, I should say, I want my cooks to be Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavor. Yeah? Yeah? Well, I don't want the Heisler and the Climax, drummer. Especially if the spline updates are coming out soon. I'm not going to build any steep grade tracks. I'm telling you, man, the Heisler and the Climax are people are not going to want those. People ain't going to want them soon. They go slow. They're not fast. There's a reason why that locomotive style died out. I'm serious. Because they're really only good at going up places where you have ridiculous rails, where you need to make ridiculous rails. We don't have to make ridiculous rails here, so we're not going to. Nah, I'm building the tracks my way, dudes. I don't need any pre-guides or anything like that. Screw that. Will you stop being good at what you do? Jeez, just vent down. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Panta, calm down. Alright, you know what? I'll just leave them there. They'll eventually vent down. In the meantime, I'm going to run back over to the iron mine. And we'll go from there. Hey, Arsenal. What's up, dude? Oh, can I get a Frosty then? Oh, man, now I'm hungry. What about the cog train? Well, what about it, Mercs? That's not a Heisler in a climax. That's a regular steam locomotive. Like, i.e. the steam pistons are driving the drive wheels. Not like through a drive shaft or anything. Arsenal, you're starting your master's in public administration next semester. Just waiting on the advisor to give me permission to take a class on social welfare programs. Interesting. Just cool, I thought. Oh, yeah, right on, man. Yeah. Here, you'll see the iron line here. There it is. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah. Been doing this a long time, man. The iron line is not completed, RB. It's close, but it's not completed. I would have made more progress, but yeah, a couple of viewers were like, "Hey, do you actually drive trains in this game?" So I chose the latter half of early hours here to drive trains instead of work on the line. And we bought a second locomotive. And we expanded the logging thing. We made a loop there so the train should go quicker, which is nice. EJ City Stream and a bunch of others really got me into it. Yeah, Arsenal, that's cool. Yeah. So, I mean, do you think I'm right? Like, actually, now that you have experience in it, well, not experience in it, but you went to school for it, I'm wondering, like, I've always wondered if my theories about how a city should be run are correct. Like, dude, you shouldn't be that hands-on to your city. You should tend to it like a plant. You know, the city's got to grow on its own, and you give the means to grow, right? But you don't get like obsessive with it, because if you get obsessive with it, your city will stagnate. Am I correct in that theory? Or is that just me being weird? I mean, I realize that this is a much more complicated issue than just reducing it to something like that, but I generally think that's the idea, you know. But remember what I said about generalized ideas like that. Must the two be mutually exclusive? Yeah, Buck, I'm willing to bet money that Arsenal is typing out an answer, and it's probably going to be that. The answer is probably not one or the other. It's probably somewhere in between. Actually, the answer is probably more that every city needs to be run a little bit different because every city has different needs. If I had to guess. I generally run hands off with my cities, though. Like, I don't let it do its thing, dude. You don't need to tend to it very often. General idea. Well, hello there. RB, this is the start of it right here. We're about, I don't know, a little under halfway. It depends entirely on what you value, what outcomes you want, etc. There are huge thinkers on both sides of the question. Important note here is that the city progress or management is never ever just one person in a committee making decisions, a million tiny pieces accidentally working together with some vague direction. Yep, that's what I thought. When do you play Minecraft? Saturdays? It would be Saturday evenings for you, human. Yeah, I had a suspicion that it's probably like that, Arsenal, yeah. You can do family homes like that, Jock, with railroads. It's just the railroads weren't designed into the system. It's entirely possible. I don't think it's not. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Yep. That's where I'm at. The Helix RB is what I like showing off here. We made a dual track Helix, and that's why these tracks are why they're different levels, because it turns out when you have two different radii around the track, you know, i.e. two tracks next to each other, you grade the outside one at 1%, you grade the inside one at 1%, it's not going to come out at the same height on the other side. Spoke with my university town planning commission on Tuesday. They're your standard urbanists, pro-density, etc., but they can't do even 20% of what they want because of Rule 8 stuff. Advantage of cities is that there's no Rule 8 besides always high happiness and straightforward money management. Yeah. Did you finally allow the tracks to deviate in height from each other? I had to with a turn like this, username. Or else the inside track would have ended up being like a 30% grade or something. Not 30, it would have been like a 3 to 4% grade. What I eventually want is an iron train coming down these tracks and the locomotive being right there and the end of the train with the caboose being right here. And have it go all the way around. When can you run the train to the mine? When I connect it. I have to go down the valley and back to the smelter, dude. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? Alright, Arsenal. Well, hey, congratulations, buddy. What is taking so long, bro? I'm not answering that. Sorry, I just want to see some trains run. I just showed you some trains running, damn it. Look, I can either build track and grind out building these tracks, but every time I do that, everybody says I want to see trains run. So I go see trains run, and now everybody asks me why I'm not building the tracks. The frick? The frick am I supposed to do with that? I built from there.